because I don't like Newegg. I don't know. It's because I'm buying stuff used on eBay. If I'm gonna buy new stuff, I'm just going to go walk to Memory Express because I'm like, I don't know, 20-minute walk away from a Memory Express, so I can just go to Memory Express. I'm just trying to build a TV PC, basically. Is that like a fries? I don't know what a fries is. I live in Canada. We never had that. Like, I've heard the word fries before, so I have no idea what a fries is like. And Vern TV, thank you very much for the Prime sub.
So bad, RN.
Yeah. I talked about this a bunch like a month or two ago. I have this sickness. It's an incurable sickness. And it is the unsatiable desire to build a PC every year and a half to 2 years. Or like upgrade part of a PC once a year. I feel like this is just the sort of feeling that anybody who has a hobby that is a consistent part of their life for large parts of their life feels, where like you need to, maybe don't need to, but I want to just add on to the hobby and keep building on what I have. And this is the first year ever where instead of like buying a new little computer or adding onto my server or upgrading my main computer, I'm buying used parts for like cheap and trying to build a TV PC. My baseline spec is Tetris Effect. The stats for Tetris Effect are my baseline set specs. That is DDR5 though. DDR4 hasn't gone up 400%, but
Crypt arrive.
Eric, thank you very much for the $1. Darius, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Thank you very much for the hype train. Jam Jalopy, thank you very much for the 68 months. You're almost nice. Not quite 4. You had a 4 terabyte SSD die a few weeks ago. Oh, God. Because you can't afford a new drive? I'm not... I had a viewer from the UK mail me a brand new Western Digital NVMe drive like 8 months ago as like a gift. He just randomly reached out to me over email, was like, hey, I've got a bunch of hardware. Do you want any of it? And I was like, yeah, I'll take a .2 drive. Absolutely. And he mailed it to me, and I had to pay like, it was like $60 in import fees and duties when it arrived. And he like got a notification alongside of the tracking number stating that like, you know, this happened. And he sent me an email. I was like, that's horrible. Like, he's like, I'll have to like pay you back for it. I'm like, no, please don't. Please don't. Like, I just got a deal, man. No, I didn't get stuck with any import fees on the card, which I also don't have plugged in yet, and I haven't tested it yet because I don't have a power cable big enough. Literally don't have a spare VGA cable to test it, so I need to get a new VGA cable. What's the plan for this fortress? So, let's get into that. Correct, Environ TV, but it's still, like, scoffable, even though it's ridiculous still.
X100.
To try and get back on topic a little bit, the last fortress that we did was a Spartan fortress, which I have determined isn't possible to complete in the spirit of the rules in the current game. The reason it isn't possible is because, like, the way ranged enemy units work, if your dwarves straight up don't have chest armor or don't have head armor, they're just gonna get popped from the maximum distance by some goblin with a bow. And it became very clear very quickly after a few all-out fights that fort was just going to collapse, and it was like futile. Alongside of that, part of how off-screen raids are constructed, when a dwarf invades an off-site location, it does a dice roll based on skills and gear. And because the dwarves don't have good enough gear, they were just all getting kidnapped. It didn't really matter where I was attacking. If I was attacking any threat that was like bigger than 50 people, my dwarves were just getting kidnapped. So my determination based on my findings is that that challenge is not really doable in the current game. That being said, I want to basically just run with the same rules. So everybody more or less joins the military. But I'm not limiting myself on gear. So I'm going to build a massive military fort, and we are going to try and minimize defensive structures. I'll use them, but I'm going to minimize them. We're going to play the same faction, and we are going to go fight. But I'm still going to use stone short swords, assuming I can find obsidian. I'm still going to use spears. I'm not going to worry about keeping the dwarves shirtless, because honestly, that was just kind of unnecessary tedium. But I'm just going to do a full conscription fort, basically. So everybody, with the exception of people holding picks and axes, has to be in a squad at some point. If you type in exclamation point goal, it specifically states that the idea was to mimic the movie, not reality, Artopia. And it's not that they needed slaves to make the structure work. The structure was totally fine. The fortress was functional. The issue was whenever we would get into a fight, 80% of my dwarves would die. Like, I couldn't survive sieges. Like, I had an army of, like, 80 dwarves against an army of, like, 90 goblins, which we should have steamrolled them. But because I couldn't use chest armor, everybody was dying of suffocation after getting 2 or 3 bolts in their lungs. So it's got nothing to do with, like, the servants. Like, running the fortress wasn't an issue. So we're doing a fresh embark today in an existing world. Jam Jalopy, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Tarians, thank you very much for the $1. A Devilish Potato, thanks for the 5-pack. And Jam Jalopy, I already said thanks for the 68 months, but thanks again. You're almost nice. One more month. That is what it says in the title, I think, unless I fucked up the title. Vanderbilt. What the heck did I just click? Wrong world, I think. Hold on, I'm gonna have to back up. Because I went to go click on last played and it just selected the top one, I think, which is the wrong world. Ice Blue, thanks for the 10-pack. I hope you've been well. Hope you had a good weekend. Hey, you got 409 in there. Good job. Just let me pop back to the main menu. What the heck did you even click? Weird. Weird, weird, weird. But yeah, essentially we're just throwing out the old rules, and I'm just going to do a full conscription fort. But we're going to play the same faction because the faction was really brave. If we find them. But I did that, Richard Feliciano, in the... So YouTube chat's saying you should use dinos for defense for the Flintstones vibe. The last fort I did, which was Witch Raptor, exclusively was using dinosaurs as part of the defense. And I'm working on a big video about that one, but I don't need to do that again. If we catch them, then sure. If we end up with them, then sure. But I've been trying not to look at it recently because we miss it most days, Devilish, but certainly it's looking like it. It needs one more subscription or $2 in bits to level up. It's almost at level 7. I assume that hasn't changed. Jam Jalopy. It had like 3,000 goblins in it when I finished the last fort. What is that supposed to be? Rotots? What the heck is a rotot? Thanks for the $1. DJ Empirical. Just look at that. I was like, what the heck is that? It's like this. It's like a big hunk of cheese or something. It's definitely a peeled potato. Oh, it's a tater tot. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Based on the color. Okay, drunk and sleepy. Well, you have a good... I don't know where you're at, Chow-chan, but here it's definitely like 10:30 in the morning. So have a good day. Appreciate you, man. Then do you know what you should look up, Swifty? There is a Caves of Cud Doom mod that's being developed, which looks kind of dope. Just saying. Sorry, did that say brain orbs? That said brain orbs. Am I going crazy? It seems like the wrong map. Where were we previously?
Sophic versus cheered. X300. Reminds me I meant to ask a random question. Map. For somebody who finds it difficult to sink enough time into DF Fortress mode to be worth it, would you say Coke or DF Adventure mode would be easier to get into?
I've never done Coke, so I don't know. That's like asking what's easier to get into. An open world survival crafting game in single player with nobody around that mostly is about just wandering around and exploring environments and occasionally fighting things. Or Baldur's Gate. What was the name of that world? Because I thought that The Universes of Enchanting. Did I not retire you? I'm very confused. I'm just going to continue active game and then retire it because I thought I did. P. Nordal. Thank you very much for the tier 1 3 months in advance. That's very kind of you. Appreciate you. I would honestly say that DF Adventure Mode is significantly easier to get into than Caves of Cud, but Caves of Cud is going to be the more fulfilling video game to play. It's actually 6 terabytes of VME now. No, it's 7 terabytes because I added 4. Okay. There we go. Am I missing something? Like, it's not retiring. I don't have 30 terabytes in my main desktop. That's out of date. I do have 64 terabytes in my server, though. Because, like, I retired it. It's the Universes of Enchanting, but it's not here. It's region 2. But there's no region 2 in the save folder. Okay, no, I see it. Hold on. Where did they put the portable saves? Portable mode, no. Thank you very much for the hype train. Reaching level 7, 31 subscriptions and $6 in bits. It's very kind of you. It just poofed out of existence? Oh, trust me, it hasn't poofed out of existence. It's still there. It's very much still there. It's just not retiring the fortress properly. We'll try saving it to a new timeline. We'll just call this World of... Actually, like, what was the name of this world? I haven't checked. Yeah, that sounds right. Environ TV. My brain's just in a lot of places at the minute, so I'm like losing the through line, but yeah, there it is. Interesting. I wonder if it's something to do with the whole portable mode thing. Versus not. Bizarre. Jerb, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you, mate. Thank you very much for the hype train chat. You're very kind. I'll check in a little bit to see how close that put us towards the daily minimum. You can now sort by most recently played. Don't thank me, please. Chat! I know you just posted a bunch of beers, but please post a round of beers for Jerb. But since you can sort by most recently played, don't thank me, please. It's pretty clear. I'm not going to... Well, actually, here, I can just back out to the main menu. If you go to Start New Game in Existing World, last played. So, huge thumbs up change on that one. Nope, it's been largely fixed in the last week. And I can't update a video after I posted it. YouTube chat. I mean, I can post a thing in the comments, which I did, stating that most of the bugs, if not all of the bugs that I encountered while messing with it have been fixed, but... You're at work trying to figure out why you keep telling you not to thank you. I'm very confused. It seems to be now that I've found the right world. Expertise in YouTube chat. The portable saves? Maybe a year ago? I want to say I think portable saves was like the patch before the Siege update, right? I think. Oh, right, yeah, because don't thank me, please. Right, yes. I mean, what else should I call them? Don't thank? Don't thanks. Don't. Thanks. I hope you slept well. Expertise. We'll see. I'm not going to guarantee or promise anything. Miles Long, who says, am I going to use this forever? I don't know. Well, one, then they would need to update it forever. Two, Like, there's things I wanted to use forever that I haven't been because they got broken. So, where were we? The Boat of Seizing. Here we are. So there's ancient Greece. Up there. This is Portal Tangle, which it looks like they were able to take back. And there is Silvery Shell, which is the original mountain home. So I didn't take this one back, but it was taken back. This is a, location here, Portal Tangle, which is owned by goblins. It's kind of a neat spot, actually. The defensive forest. Why is the forest being so defensive? Oh, that's actually kind of neat. Well, one, it's called the Warm Hill. But what's the actual elevation of this? That's pretty steep. You don't very often see a volcano that is also on a creek, but it has literally no metals, so that would be like a little bit of a pain in the ass. Cinder of Trims. I don't know. I don't know what kind of actual map I want to do. I just know that it's going to be a full conscription fort. Iron Gold in the Untamed Wilds on a very, very, very big pile of water. I don't know. Do you guys have a particular type of map you guys want to see, assuming it's something that's doable? Spark Legion? I feel like a forest place shouldn't be called the Spark Legion. Because that to me just seems like the forest fire. Shit, it's all burning down, boss. The Strifeful Tower, silver and lead. Those are two separate things, Doctor. In YouTube chat. The easiest way to figure out specific world settings is to go to the wiki. I realize that read the fucking manual is a meme, but like go to the wiki and go to the advanced world generation section and then just do a Control F on your keyboard for what you're looking for. So I'm in an ad break at this exact moment, but I will just pop over here and go to the Dwarf Fortress, or I'm about to be in an ad break, so now's a good time to do this. So if I go to the advanced world generation section of the wiki and just type in volcano, minimum volcano number, and it'll tell you what setting you need to change. So if you want cliffs, if enabled, it makes it impassable, and this is all the different parameters. And it has brief instructions on like what it does, how it works. And I don't know all of these off by heart. I usually just reference this when I'm adjusting stuff, but this will walk you through every single different parameter for World Gen, and it's descriptive enough that you can just be like, well, I want deserts. So that's my advice on what to change. I just go to the wiki and Control F, because that's what I do. Most likely the other volcanoes would be underground. If there are others. Although I will say that if you crank up the rainfall too much, it will make your map very thin, because it'll all just erode. But no, none of these are really close enough that you could do multiples on one, at least not above ground. Unless you make the map ridiculously massive. So, in YouTube chat, Misunderstood Hero Man says, much love from beautiful North Korea. If that's true, that's incredibly impressive, but for some reason I don't believe you. Thank you very much for the money regardless, though. Beautiful. I mean, there's beautiful landscapes in North Korea. I was watching there's a travel YouTuber I watch sometimes who went to North Korea recently, and like, yeah, it's pretty farmland. Maybe not beautiful in a lot of other ways, but terrifying in many ways. But everywhere's got pretty landscapes. It's a shame that doesn't have more interesting materials in it. This is the waxy forest. The dank forests. Okay. That's where Cypress Hill is. It's just a freshwater lake in the middle of that? That's interesting. Seems inaccessible. It'll make a lot of sense in a minute. Or maybe not in a minute, but in like 30 minutes when we're in game. But chat has explained it. There's a video on my YouTube channel, which is not representative of how it runs now. There's a video on my YouTube channel from a few days ago that I uploaded, which shows it. It's a plugin that allows characters to smoothly slide from one tile to the next, theoretically making the game much easier to follow visually, which is the hope here. Any spot in a good area? There's this kind of little good biome down here. This is the bigger good biome, which is this scintillating gulf. I just kind of really don't want to do Untamed Wilds, which is what the... okay. Actually, there is Joyous Wilds. There's the moist forest over here. It does have iron. But I don't know. It would just be kind of flat. But there's goblins like right there. So I'd have to get underground pretty quickly. How's the coffee? Pretty good. Didn't burn it today. They've had it for a bit now, but you need to either have Twitch Turbo or be subscribed to the channel that you're on. Wilbert. It's been like, I don't know, 6 months maybe? Not super long. I'd be cool with doing like a wilderness into Joyous Wilds. So I could do like around here maybe. But the thing is, a lot of this is like Untamed Wild Shores, and I did too much Untamed Wilds in a short period of time. So I really don't want to be on an Untamed Wilds shore. Just don't want to fight with more birds, I guess, is like the reality here. Like all this is untamed. And then the areas with the water aren't joyous, which is like a little, like it makes sense, but this could be kind of neat. That's not bad. Gold, silver, copper. Materials would be a bit of a pain in the ass. We'd have to... Gold, silver, and copper is plenty. I just don't want to have to deal with giant birds again. This is quite literally all it is. Like, it is literally just that simple. I don't want to be, like, in constant warfare with giant birds. Your best bet is to just look at the development timeline. Like, as part of the map rewrite stuff, Tarn wants it so that the biomes that you're in could change, like, over time. So, like, towers, necromancer towers that are constructed, slowly spread out during World Gen, but stop when World Gen's finished. So stuff like that. But I don't know, that's a bit far away from the home faction. Okay, not that far, actually, because they're like right here. Over here and here. And so I'd be down here, basically. That's not too bad. I don't know if I want to just do like a river though, necessarily. Or a lake. Or I guess in that case it would be an ocean. Tropical moist broadleaf forest. Kind of poking around, seeing what else is available. Like this is Joyous Wilds, but I don't really want to do a Joyous Wilds specific. Echo authored. I could do a haunted mountain. Could find gnomes, potentially. It's a shame there's no, like, real steep edges here. Oh, that's pretty steep. Ah, but that's untamed. That sucks. The wilderness is on this side, so... that could work. Could look at what this area looks like, which is up here. This is the same world, and I'm going to play the same faction. Let's just see what this got. Let's take a peek. Nick Paw, hello. Newfort Tuesday indeed. Everybody's favorite holiday. So, just to show you guys smooth movement. If I unpause the game, see dwarves move, right? Like that. Apparently DF Hack didn't launch. Nani? The fuck you doing, DF Hack?
Nani?
My thought exactly. All right, let's try that again. And also, hey, Syndra, it's good to see you. And Lumas, hello. No, Lumas. Although there was a patch the other day which changed how animals are distributed, I don't know if that changes the giant birds.
No.
I'm not comfortable with this meme, Misunderstood Hero Men, so I'm gonna just let it roll off me like dust. I do agree with that, Lukio. Death to all Kias in Dwarf Fortress. Maybe not in real life. In real life, they're cool parrots, but... it entirely depends on what animals you have on the map. But evil-aligned biomes can have effects, which can make it significantly harder or just, like, more annoying. But thankfully, the effects that evil biomes can have can also affect enemies. So, like, as an example, if you are playing on a terrifying map, there could be fog that turns you into husks. But that could also fuck up enemy sieges, kind of nullifying their effectiveness. Yes, there is one video of them going full A-cab on that cop cruiser, but they just break things. It's like it's not specifically directed at cops in regards to Kias. Just choose the right civ for my own sanity so I don't forget to do it next time. Boat of Seizing. There we go. Play. And ate all your dwarves for lunch. Sounds fun. Banded and all. All right, so smooth movement. Although I think I need to type in enable. Cannot enable plugin smooth movement. Excuse me? This worked yesterday. Did DF Hack update, like, today? That's my only theory. No, it didn't. So then, hold on, let me try something else. This is one of the reasons why I am kind of concerned about trying to do this, because the last thing that you really want is to like have to stop playing a playthrough because you're waiting for an update to a thing, which is something I've never been a fan of having to do. But let's see if I can see what I can do here. Yeah, I have to go look at what the error log says. It's just bizarre, because like it literally worked yesterday. Okay, not yesterday, day before yesterday, but
tea Earl Grey hot.
I'm also not seeing that error log anywhere. Where did they hide it? I mean, I could revert DF hack back to the 3rd, but that's before the last bug fix patch. I did not find it in the Dwarf Fortress install directory, but I'll look again. Oh. Yeah, it's not built for this version of DFHack. This is version 53.16R.1, not 53.16R1. So, cool. There is no script plugin to update, because the last version of it was from 5 days ago, which is the one that I currently have. So, it's hard to check if something's up to date. I mean, I can re-download it, but... because I updated it 3 days ago, I thought, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't. Give me a second. Because I'm seeing one from 3 days ago, but I saw that come out and thought that I patched it. Overwrite. Now let's restart game and try it again. Yeah, it just won't work in ASCII. As long as you're using like a middle graphics pack, it'll work. Wilbert. Disable overlay is the command you're looking for. Almer D5i. We might as well resort to mysticism. Frankly, this is practically is mysticism. Okay, so I just downloaded this build right here, which is for DFHack 1. Oh, actually, hold on. I see the problem here. I see the problem here. I see the issue here. I can fix this. I can fix this! I feel dumb. So I'm running Dwarf Fortress in Proton. So I have to download the Windows build, not the Linux build. That would be my issue if I were to bet. Let's see if it just loads. Probably won't, but... Alright, fixed it. Let's try this fucking again. Two seconds? 30 minutes. Same thing. GitHub is where one finds this magic. That's where you find such magic. As I understand it, it was initially a vibe-coded plugin, but they now have other contributors that are working actively to remove the bulk extra code to make it more maintainable and updatable. So, done and dusted. I'm not going to guarantee anything, but it's not on the workshop, no. No, this is a DF hack plugin, so this isn't, probably wouldn't even, it would have, like if it were to go into a workshop, it would have to go into a DF hack workshop, not a Dwarf Fortress workshop. And thankfully, Environ, by the time they get back, it will be fixed. Also, out of curiosity, Wilbert, which tile set are you using? So no, this is not a workshop item. This is a side-loaded DFHack plugin that, as I understand it, is in the process of trying to make its way into DFHack proper. You forgot? Forgot the name of it, I guess? All right, let's try this again. So, I was gonna embark around here. This is just a test embark to look at what the region looks like. So I'll be restarting anyway. We're talking about like open source software here. So nothing is jailbroken. It's literally click and drag a folder. Nickpaw. But feel free to wait if it scares you, because it does this now. The other thing that you can do with this, I think it's called flip. I need to actually look at what the command is for it. Oh, flip on. Duh. Flip on! So now they change directions when they're walking in the other direction, which is weird as hell to look at. And hurts my brain a little bit. But is still kind of cool. And something I want to know, actually,
NANI?
is, let's just cut down some trees. Who has the axe? You do. Okay, so this is the only issue that I've encountered. When they're moving horizontally and you're following them, they do that jumpy thingy. If I go over here, oopsies. And then make this into wood. There they go. Yeah, none of that. I wouldn't be using it if that was still happening. So if I pause, stuff doesn't jump around. Basically, all of the major issues I had with it are now fixed. Like when I first messed with it, if you moved up a couple layers, they would still jump. Now they move smoothly again from layers above. The only thing that is weird is if you're following them and they're moving diagonally. But I can just toggle it off very easily. Then there's one other command that's new that I want to show you guys, which is this. This I don't think I'll leave on. This fucks with my brain a little bit. In a way that I don't like. So I'm just gonna turn that off because I'm totally fine with the camera jumping around a little bit. That's totally cool. But I do really like this. What's up, Vaughn? I do really like that. So I'm gonna leave that on. The sprite flipping and the, like, all of them moving smoothly. Although something I think is kind of funny is cats can move so fast that, like, you won't even see it. No, it literally changes nothing. Like, it might be using another megabyte. So all that this is doing is, in the graphics layer, it's inserting an extra frame because the game knows what direction dwarves are moving, which means if a dwarf goes to move to another tile and then stops, it could cause some weirdness. On bigger sprites, like taller sprites, I've seen a little bit of screen tearing, but it's literally, unless you have a graphics card that's like an ATI, like plastic $12, like pre-built desktop card from 2006, you're not going to notice any difference because it's all on the graphics card. So like what slows down Dwarf Fortress is like CPU getting bottlenecked by just too many things trying to happen in chronological order. This is not, yeah, unless you're running like if you're running a Voodoo FX 4 megabyte, you might have some issues. Actually, I don't think you could even run Dwarf Fortress if you had a Voodoo FX 4 meg. But like, unless you're that old laptop guy. Well, sorry to the old laptop guy. I don't want to attack the old laptop guy. We love our old laptop friends. But like, this might, from what I can tell, like here, if I, since I have it running now, continue active game, let's just go to a random fort. Let's just go to Metal Sludge briefly. I'll show you this. As long as you can run Dwarf Fortress, this shouldn't cause any changes in performance. Idle Villager, thanks for the 6 months. Smooth operator. Jack, can I get a big round of beers for Idle Villager? Idly villaging through. Appreciate you, man. Shoutouts to old laptop guy. Speaking of old laptop guy. So this is a fort that I stopped playing a little bit ago. But, like, look at this. Like, let me just grab the military here. Just be like, go here. So this is a fort that was running at like 30 frames a second due to some wild water shit. I think it almost makes it seem like it's lagging less, even though it's like running at 30 frames a second. But like, this is no different than it was previously. The smooth dwarf slide, Reinhardt? I guess you could say the movement is smooth. Yeah, this is why this fort's lagging. This is why this fort's lagging. But like, I could just send them all down here. Yeah. I think. No, I guess not. Flip on? Yeah, so you have to have smooth movement enabled to have sprite flipping on. Nope, not that. I would have been faster to just type this in. Why is the movement smooth suddenly? It's a DF hack plugin. May you see a siege? I don't have a siege to show you. I could do this. There's nothing broken about blueprints. I just don't find them that useful. Blueprints are just like basically a pause option. Unless you're talking about DF hack blueprints. I don't like using DF hack blueprints. But if you're talking about like the blueprint tool, I use them sometimes. Okay, so let's just say dwarf. No, let's just say goblin. Let's give them that. Let's give them, I don't know, copper. Copper. Bronze, bronze, why not? I'm just going with whatever I see first. Why is the movement smooth suddenly? It's a DF hack plugin. May you see a siege? I don't have a siege to show you. I could do this. Create 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh no, they won. Okay, so now that I've done that, I can create more goblins. And then go create Dwarf. Let's make them side 1 with the same gear. Create. Wow, the goblins still won. I guess it's because they've trained up a little bit. So let's give them some skills. Can I not give them some skills? Am I going crazy? Oh well, I'll just add a whole bunch.
2.
There you go. Dwarves finally won. Fuck that last guy. You can mess with this on your own, Alexios. You just have to enable it in the game settings. It's just the object testing arena. So yeah, that's what we're going to play with. Wawa0955, thank you very much for the 2 months. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for the 2 months from Wawa? Has it been a month already? Gosh. So now, after doing all that finagling, let's just go settle in that place. So my plan for this fort is just... Did we solve the smoothing? I didn't solve shit, but I did successfully update it. Turns out I'm just dumb. I downloaded the wrong folder. Pete Obster, thank you very much for the 11 months. Welcome back as well. This is a game that takes a while to get into, How to Despair. But it's worth it. I don't understand the question. Is that the fort? What you just saw was the object testing arena. Dwarf Fortress? Yeah. I can't Augusta. It is a very easy game, but, you know, you could also say that about, I don't know, advanced mathematics. It's very easy once you learn how. It's like, is Chinese difficult? No, it's very easy once you know it. Nosferpond, you have to change your game's frame rate. The game speed is attached to the game's frame rate. So if you adjust the max FPS, it'll slow the game down. Sometimes I set it down to 50. Sometimes I set it to 70. I do adjust it periodically. All right, so this is kind of where we're going to settle. We're going to settle right here. And the point of this fortress is we're going to be playing the same faction as the previous fort, the Boat of Seizing. That fortress, ancient Greece, up here is still alive. And apparently at some point during World Gen, the dwarves have successfully captured Portal Tangle, which is interesting because there was, 2,000 something dwarves there. And also we have exactly 420 dwarves in this faction. Yeah. And my goal is to obliterate these goblins. With this fortress, I had all sorts of restrictions on what gear I could use. In this one, we're going to use very similar military rules, which is at least half the population has to be in the military at any given time. But I'm not going to restrict t-shirts because that, one, didn't actually cause many issues and was just tedious. And two, I'm not going to restrict, armor types, gear types. I can use whatever, but we are going to go to all-out war with these goblins and just see if I can effectively kill them. Big old war fort. It feels so wrong. Why does it feel wrong, Peregrine? To me, that feels less wrong than a lot of the, automations that DF Hack has built in, because it's not the game playing any differently. It's like, to me, this is the same as, you know, using the 30% view sprites that are on the workshop, you know? You just have to memorize the flowchart? I mean, you're being very reductive, but sure. Also, there was somebody in my comments the other day that said that they had a fortress that was running at 2.5 frames a second-ish. But the reason the frame rate was so low was because they had a population of 2,000? And they haven't sent me screenshots yet, and I need to see that. How? A long time. I can believe it. There was screenshots a little while ago, Greg, and then some, of somebody who had a fortress that was running with 1,500 dwarves, but they had a frame rate of like 1. Bro thinks he's playing in a goblin pit. I've embarked on goblin pits, and yes, the frame rate is bad. They're not actually that close together, Pie in the Sky. So Pie in the Sky is like, what if you settle on one of those clumps of volcanoes? 2 things. 1, they're not actually that close together, so I would have to make the map ridiculously big. And 2, I can do that without settling on a volcano. I don't have to be on a volcano to dump lava on my enemies. I also only just realized, but this mountain has a heavy aquifer. It truly is haunted. Cheers, Tungdill. I don't know. I kind of want to play on a haunted map, but like... You know, actually, why don't I go over here where there isn't the heavy aquifer, because that's spooky. But then there's also this up here. This would actually have like the cool evil map. I just spotted this area up here that's terrifying. You would rather be near a river or lake for defense? Just aquifer. Pump it out of the aquifer. If the zoo mechanic is working, like, do dwarves like admiring animals? So if a dwarf happens to like worms, and you have a worm on a pedestal in an animal cage, they will get happy thoughts about seeing that worm. Does that work? Yes. But it works the same way that like statues do. Could just do a partial biome like this. I don't want to do a full one, but... Oh, I absolutely can. That or caverns. I'm just going to take a real quick look at what this looks like. And let it run. So this is the area that would be evil. Just kind of hoping it's evil weather. Look at that little cute little guy. Yeah, I don't know. That's actually a pretty nice little spot. But I have no idea what, if any, effects this is going to have. Kind of a flat map. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4... 5, 6 different layers. This is not flat. I mean, it's shallow, but it's certainly not flat. It also goes down pretty deep. It goes down to -88. and up to 6, 7. So, could be fun. Let's do that. How you doing, Suited? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Something happened earlier today that made me think of you, and now I can't remember what it was. I'll remember it later. I'm positive of this. I do that in almost every fort when it's possible, Captain Washing. Because it's important for dwarves to have variety of food, and if you can grow stuff on the surface, you have like 100 times the variety versus like 6 crops from below ground. Captain Washing, who's saying, or Washrag, who's saying, is it ever worth it to grow stuff on the surface? Yes. Or just harvest stuff on the surface. Either or. But I can't guarantee that this is going to be a resurrecting map. We'll have no idea what the effect is. So, roll your chaos dice, chat, because we don't know what's going to happen. It could be murder spot. It could be completely unremarkable. Could be either. We won't know. So hold on to your butts, kids. You got a nat 1. What does that equal? Mine fell off my desk, so I can't even see it. So this is intended to be a war fortress. Kind of out of the way a little bit here. I'm actually looking at this. Yeah, because this is kind of where I embarked. So we're supposed to be a war fortress that's off the beaten path. We've got iron, silver, copper. We've got clay, and we've got a little bit of soil. Meaning I could do some fun stuff with clay. But I think I'm going to make this a 5x5, just to get a little bit more space and get a little bit of that creek in on the other side. That's wilderness, that's haunted. This is the terrifying area down here. Let's go down to there. Chat, more evil, rock, because that's all it is just rock, or creek, which is called Greater Thunders. That is very true, Johnny Cog. Creek is more useful. Could also go further up this way, but then this is just haunted. So it's the terrifying area. I could go here. Kind of get a little bit of both. All right. You've selected a large area. Not that large. If you choose a smaller area if you experience lags. Got it. You have selected an area with a light aquifer. Water might need to be pumped out or carried away. You have selected an evil area. You might find very unpleasant environs here. You have selected a savage area. The wildlife may be very dangerous here. Seems good? There's no salt water. We could have more. So it's not that many warnings. And let's prepare carefully. So this is supposed to be a war fortress. Smooth. Damn it. I was trying. Man, I can't call it a smooth moperator. Smooth copper. Smooth hopper is pretty funny. I want to call it the smooth operator. Smooth trooper. So, slop is a word. Yeah, I could call it smooth slop. I don't know if I like that, though. The problem is criminal's not a word. It's smooth crimson. It doesn't roll off the tongue that way. It was like the first thing I typed in. I could call it smooth walks. Or smooth walk. Could I call it moonwalk? My god, I could call it moonwalk. Move is not a word. Moon watches my videos, apparently. Once in a blue moon, I'll get a bunch of clips sent to me of Moon mentioning that I uploaded a video. Moonwalk is pretty good, Idle Villager. It is pretty good. Especially if it happens, like, if there happens to be zombies on this map. We've already done Smooth Brain. I named a fortress Smooth Brain, like, kind of recently. Smooth Surgeon? Eh. I don't think lycanthropes is a word. Yeah, that's not. I mean, I could name it King Crimson. Since we're just talking about, like, dance moves here. I wonder how... I wonder if the plugin even has that much comprehension. I feel like it's just direction it's moving, they turn. I'm just going to leave Moonwalk as the name of the fort for the minute. Oopsies. And then for... the smooth banner? Blade? Of... stabbing? I don't know if I do, Greg, and then some, but... I should name myself 20th Century Schizoid Man. You know, I think that's unique and original, and I'll definitely have to use that. 20th Century Schizoid Man. Sorry. Song fucking goes hard, man. The sliding blade, yeah. It's either that or sliding ski, but I don't think ski is a word. Sliding skirt, eh. I'm definitely not going to call it the sliding skins. That's... nope. Is the sliding cake what happens when the baker runs too fast and trips? The sliding sneer. Sliding snot. Ugh. Sliding waves. The Church of Sliding. Are you a ghost or something, Scoats? Why are you saying boost so much? The knowledge for... oh. can't forbidden? That's wild. The evil. Oh, I like this. The deviant. Shut up with the smooth. The deviant knowledge of sliding. Secretive? Hideous! The hideous knowledge of sliding. Oh god! They slip! The deviant knowledge of pants. You know, honestly, in a world where YouTube is promoting shorts as heavily as they are, pants might be forbidden at this point. Got to build a slip and slide trap. You know? You know, I hadn't really thought about it, but imagine moonwalking in front of somebody in 900 CE and also forcing them to jump onto a slip and slide. I did, in fact, name a fortress Rock Lobster once, Andrew, in YouTube chat. I like hideous because it's just funny, so we're going to roll with that. Like a pulse of water that pushes you into a cavern drop at the end. I'm not going to guarantee anything at the minute. We'll see how this fortress does, but I'm open to ideas. Just not going to promise anything, I guess. So because I said that this is a militia fort, why don't we just start with everybody being a bit of a weaponsmith? And then we start off with a weaponsmith's guild. We just do one of those. No stairs, only ramps. Are you actually going to make me do that? Because I have done only ramps before. But the way only ramps works is you're only allowed to dig with channels or ramps up. Which is totally fine until something fucked up happens and you need to acquire a specific item without releasing something. And then it's like it becomes a psychotic puzzle of hell. You can also have some armor smithing. High stamina, good spatial sense. You can have just some fighting and striking and wrestling skill. And also maybe some biting and he's a talented biter. Skills. Over here, you can just be a miner. You can also just be a miner. And then have some skills in blacksmithing too. You can have some armor smithing as well. You can have some furnace operating. Dancing? Queen? Young and Sween? Only 117? There you go. Something belly dancer. We need... No, not a carpenter. But I do want a woodcutter, primarily. Also some wood burner, because why not? Fits the shtick. Got 2 miners. Let's go with a 3rd miner. To be a scholar at some point? No. No. No, this is a military fort, not some books fort. If this was some books fort, then sure. But no. No, that is for smarts. We are stabs and craftsdwarfs. If I end up with books in the future, then cool, but I'm not going to pre-plan for that. ZDs, 2K6, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate ya. Also, Observer is like the easiest skill to train. Like, if you have if you make a barracks into a public area, so if you have a barracks where dwarves are training, and you make that area public so that other dwarves can socialize there, they just learn observing. Like, walking past a squad of dwarves that are training will just train any random dwarf when observing. And so if you want to, like, accidentally make every single dwarf in your entire fortress legendary, make your tavern into a barracks and just have your militia training in the middle of your tavern. How about, instead of this library nonsense that you're peddling, idle villager, we make a weaponsmith's guild that's a barracks? How about that? Let's also go with a couple points in mechanisms. I don't know, cheese making. That seems useful. Lastly, not musical, high stamina, developed empathy. I give you some diagnosing and surgeon skills, but also shield user. All right. 2 seconds. I'm gonna go use the washroom because there's an ad that's gonna run in a minute and I need to take a leak. I will be right back.
Over here, he has a sword!
Ah. All right, problem solved. You can make a barracks a hospital, yes. I like to make dormitories hospitals, because then random dwarves will just sleep in the hospital because there's extra beds in there. In front of everyone who has lost prior battles. I guess I don't... Wait, what? Oh, I see. In the hospital? Yeah. You tried that in 53 once and it wouldn't function as a hospital? I do that and it does. Or I've done that and it does. So, I guess... Wait. Like you clicked the little plus button and added a hospital zone to that zone? Because I've been doing that for years and it works. So I wonder what you did. Dining room libraries? It's like having a pizza place arcade. All right, what do I not need? Well, I don't need any of that. What do we have for animals? I don't want to bring too much, but... Right, yeah, there's just straight up Dinotheriums and elephants. I could just bring some of these guys. Appreciate the lurks, Lipsy. People talk about cavern sickness like it's hard to deal with, Johnny Cog. It's really not. Also, my last 2 fortresses were both surface level forts. I do try to do things differently. This is probably going to end up being a bit more of a cavern level fort, but we'll see. Don't really want those. Can make those later when I need them. Keep the buckets and everything. I don't really have enough points unless I bring basically nothing to bring the bigger elephants. So I don't really... Plus, you know, like I very recently did that fort where we brought a lot. Or where we had a lot of those. So like, I don't know. I don't really have any real desire to do a bunch of livestock. What was that thing? These guys? Andrew Serchus, or however you pronounce it. They're like kind of a psycho hyena. I don't know if that's a good description, but... So, do you understand at all how, like, emotions in Dwarf Fortress affect dwarves? Dwarves can have positive emotions or negative emotions. They can be mild to strong on either side. If it's something that lands in their memory, they will then dwell on or think about it. If it's something that's super negative, they'll relive that trauma, and that's very negative. Once they've done that enough, then that can get imprinted on their memory, which will change their traits, which can make them more prone to something or more likely to do something. If you leave a dwarf in the rain, that is the most mild negative thought. Annoyed when caught in the rain. It's at the lowest level of trauma. So it's like getting a -1 to your mood score, basically. Making up numbers here. But so if they get rained on enough, they'll think about it enough, and they'll probably stop caring because it's not likely to cause an overwhelmingly negative effect. It's one of those things that can absolutely be the last straw, but is very unlikely. You mod the game for fortress mode, or you play adventure mode and then convince them to join your adventurer and then bring them to your fortress. Looblier. Because they're large and large creatures are expensive. They produce a lot of leather and meat. They're a pretty good livestock race. But I'm probably just going to bring no animals, actually. I'm just going to bring nothing. You have to, if you have livestock, you have to, like, Baron Balloon, think about it this way. Most people like some, like, form of, like, meat that you get from livestock, right? If you like red meat, you'd be like, I like cow. Cow is nice. But would you want a herd of cows in your living room? I'm not going to say that would hurt your real life FPS, but it would certainly hurt your well-being if you had a herd of cattle in your living room. I mean, maybe a potbelly pig, but like a herd of pigs or wild boar in your living room? You gotta control your livestock is what I'm trying to say. I don't think people have done that since the Iron Age. Maybe not in their living room, but in their backyard, sure. Medieval longhouses, yeah. Just bunk living. Grazer pets are the worst. I don't mind them. Just have to build for it. Maybe you should turn down your frame rate and remember to butcher animals once a year. Dragon then some. The only ones that really get out of hand are egg layers. Like, grazers are not too hard to maintain if you're maintaining them. I feel like Europe until about basically any densely populated human settlement up until maybe about 200 years ago, probably with like up until like 150 years ago, smelled terrible in compared to modern era. Like, I feel like our sensitive modern bodies would just like die of sensory overload if you had to go to like New York 150 years ago. I hate that stuff so much, Clarkland. Literally just hit U and hit a button a couple times a year. It's not difficult. Foot deep horse dookie. Horse shit's not the worst. Having shoveled horse shit many times growing up in the middle of nowhere, horse shit's fine. Pick it up with a rake. It's cow shit that's the problem. Cow shit is like knee deep. You could also just say like before plumbing. Clarkin. It's like this is a large part of the problem. This is pre-plumbing. In a pre-plumbing society, what am I bringing here? I'm just gonna, I think, just do this. Why does it always take me so long to find coal? And then just log. Let's do... Excuse me. Why did that button stop working? Am I going crazy? Must be going crazy. Oh, trust me, human filth is like distressingly terrible when it comes to like spreading of disease. Anyway, this is a pleasant topic, chat. Can we talk about something else? Not a big fan of this one, I gotta be honest with you. Not a big fan of this one. I could just bring... Somebody has dancing skills. All these instruments are too expensive, though. Don't know what instruments these dwarves use, so I'm going to bring one of these. Then I need 10 more points. Going to get rid of... a rock nut. What do you think, chat? A U-mob? A fidgum? We got a Nakus, a Fidgum, and a U-mob, and an Asin. Are the ones I can afford. Maybe you gotta go, Clarkin. Let's go relieve yourself. Do you think that they'll add spoons as an instrument? I mean, please explain to me, what is a spoon? Like, you mean like the click, 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 click things? Like the two spoons that are kind of connected that you like bash together? So like the instruments are all randomly generated, right? So there's like a thing, I had an instrument once that was like a 2-piece handheld instrument that was essentially just like 2 tubes that you clash together. Like, you know those inflatable tubes that you go bonk, 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 and they're really loud? Basically those, in the description of it. So there already kind of is very simple rhythm instruments like that. But like, there isn't like, this isn't a lute, right? This is some sort of handheld string. This is like one of the places in Dwarf Fortress, I think, where actually the like descriptions kind of betray the game a little bit, because the sprites just look like a real life instrument, whereas the description is not going to be anything like it, most likely. Clappers, yeah, sure, those things. Do dwarves put on plays? I mean, they sing, they chant, they dance. I mean, they can tell stories, but they don't like, that's like a singular dwarf tells a story. It's not like the dwarves are reenacting it. That'd be neat, though. Although I think that they should bring in the procedural tavern games that Tarn has talked about dozens of times. But, I mean, next we're getting, like, Tarn's description of it would be like the group like the group spell casting things. Procedural tavern games, yeah. That the first time I heard tell of that was like, I don't know, 2018 or something. But I think it has been a thing that Tarn has yapped about for way longer than that. Our symbol is going to be a dwarf. I can't do skidding, can't do sliding. Traveling. Object shape. Mountain. Smeared out, the mountain is smeared out into a spiral. The dwarf is admiring the mountain. The mountain's dead. The dwarf is falling. The mountain is devouring the dwarf. Something got Cthulhu there. This can be the smooth. Ooh. Man, I can't. The smooth decay. The smooth decay of murk. Can't wait to see a dwarf simulating a dice. You can make dice, can't you? Also, in regards to dwarves putting on plays, if you read the description of the dances and songs that they do, sometimes the dances are like
tavern games because not getting them caused a great disturbance in the nerd force. It was my turn to bring it up last FOTF.
Clino, thank you very much for the 68 months. Appreciate you. Can you please tell the good folks over at Future of the Fortress to stop like having like thinly veiled suggestions as questions and then doing like 12 of them? It really ups my production time and makes them really annoying to make. Not that you can control what people do, but there's so many. Holy shit. And then they're like not even numbered. It's like, yeah, I always just forget that you can make dice. Which is not confusing at all because you can make dice, but you can also make die. So this is an image of a dwarf and a mountain. The mountain is smeared out into a spiral. The dwarf is admiring the mountain. The mountain is dead. The dwarf is falling. The mountain is devouring the dwarf. I'm not the first to complain. Yay! It's not like the multi-part questions. Multi-part questions are fine. It's the ones thinly veiled as suggestions, which are the ones that are like, have you ever thought about implementing this thing? And if so, here is my paragraph-long suggestion. Which then Tarn responds to with one sentence of, yeah, that'd be cool. Like, fuck! Sometimes I read Tarn's responses before I read the questions. When I'm making my script for those things. Gingy Ito Mountain, yeah, kind of. What's up, Maremy? How is the Strem today? How is the fort? Welcome, Raiders. Mods, can I get a shout out for the raiding party? Please and thank you. And chat, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? Please don't drown them. Or drown them. I don't know. It's up to you. We're just starting a new fort. I'm literally about to hit the go button. It's a 50-50 map, so it's half wilderness, half terrifying. The terrifying chunk is a mountain. No idea what it's going to do. And we're building a war fort where at minimum half the fortress needs to be in the military at any given time. This is me trying to take vengeance on the goblins from my last fort, which the challenge that I was doing turned out to be like not impossible, but like very unfun and very body heavy. So I'm trying to do that. Similar like restrictions, but like I'm gonna keep it reasonable. Nasty Ninja, it was 30 minutes of debugging, and it has been an hour since I hit the embark button. It's 11:54. 11:10 was when I started looking for a map. So, the first hour of the stream was me yapping. The second hour of the stream was me yapping and then debugging. Now we've embarked. That looks less like a dragon and more like a squid. Unless you're trying to make the tentacle into like a tail, Gooblier. So, anyway. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended. Your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Kogan the Soul. There is almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance. Whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. Next year, probably. It'd be kind of wild if I get one in literally 10 days. But it is springtime now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings. Hair. The Quetzalcoatlus. Quetzalcoatls? Get hungry. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here at this place. Ilon Beren. Moonwalk. Strike the earth. Naturally. Well, I think it's like I feel like it's an old streamer tradition to yap for an hour before doing anything. Modern streamers just yap. Like, they just cut out the doing things part. They just sit there and they yap. I'm actually putting effort into my shit here. Throws shade. Welcome to Moonwalk. Consider the earth struck. So, we are playing with the smooth movement plugin and sprite flipping enabled. Probably not, Baron Balloon. So that's something that we're doing. As for this, oops. I'm going to need a militia commander, which was the dwarf that I gave some combat skills to. It was you. So you, Asmil, helpful net. It's like Clippy. Helpful net. You are going to be my first militia commander. And currently it's just going to be no uniform, but I'm going to put you two into the military. I'm going to go to Fisher Dwarves and pull that out of you. Let me just check something here. Of course, we're a member of the Ruthless Coven. So something that's kind of fun about this faction is everybody worships Volkar Astardamid Okandistuth, or whatever, who's the god of murder. Everybody worships him. They're not all part of the same religion necessarily, and there's a less popular god that occasionally shows up, which is the god of mountains and fortresses. But virtually everybody worships the god of red rum. Yes. Or murder. And I noticed this with the last faction. I thought it was very amusing. So it's one of the reasons I'm sticking with this faction. I do find that so far my experience of messing with this faction is that they are quite cool with just being in the military. They don't tend to get super upset. I mean, obviously some of them do, but generally I was able to keep them alive for quite some time without much concern here. So let's just go here real quick and just make a spot for my camel and my pony. And let's take a look at our expedition leader. She would never pass up the chance for a good fist fight, rarely tries to assert herself in conversation, tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and has a sense of duty. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, is quite ambitious, and could be considered rude. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she has a tendency to consider abstractions over practical applications. She has a calm demeanor, and she talks very rapidly when she's surprised. She blows her breath out when she's annoyed and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of raising a family and personally does not care about friendship and does not really value skills related to fighting. I've learned so much about the name of a dinosaur in the last 10 seconds, it's almost embarrassing. As for this map, this area over here with the Dolomite upward slope is terrifying. These rocks, chat, very scary. And I say this without any sarcasm. You have to be afraid. Got it? Very important. Be very afraid. So now we get to dig. Tactician and leader. Tactician basically gives you like higher chance of success in dice rolls against the enemy when you are attacking things. So now the question is, where do I want to build? So this here is where the evil biome starts. It goes up to there. That's where the little creek is. That's pretty close to the edge of the map. Could go like right around here somewhere, maybe? The question is, do I want to go further away from the evil biome or closer to? There was something evil crawling? You mean the chinchillas? Oh no! They're gonna cute us to death! They're so adorable. Well, now we have an idea. Chinzillas! Sorry, it's very funny. Fixed it. I fixed it, chat. They do have, like, evil teeth, don't they? That's very funny. I'm sorry, what? Romanoid's like, I looked away for a moment and my monarch got encased in obsidian trying to pick up rocks. Not the Cinzilla core. Anyway, we're gonna go over here. Let's go a little further away from that. Let's go a little further away from that. And I'm going to go over to this. Just say everything. And I'm actually going to get rid of that, except I'm going to go into here again. Say no wood, no stone. Sorry, stone. Right here, stone. We'll actually just not do you for right now. We'll just do everything else. And I'm just going to real quick add a burrow. And just do this half of the map and say Not the evil half. Oopsies. And then I'm going to move you over here. Get rid of you there. So it still does that, which is a little bit annoying. But there they go. I'm just going to have to resist the urge to follow dwarves directly, I think. Not the evil half? I mean, as a Canadian, I don't know if I have any dog in this fight. Why would I worry about that? It's a cow. I just simply said I don't have an opinion here. It only looks weird when you're following them. Although it's funny because it's like it's not all directions. It's like if they're walking north and south, they don't do that. I do hope that, because like to me the easiest solution would just be disable it for the dwarf that you're following, but not that I really know what would or would not be an easy solution for this. I haven't hit an aquifer yet? That's wild. Oh, must have hit the aquifer. I was like, man, that's crazy. I haven't hit the aquifer yet. Okay, just guess I hit the aquifer. I mean, me too, Ice Blue. I mean, dude, Mecha Sinzilla would be terrifying. Also, I know that we're talking about, like, chinchillas, right? But when I read chinchilla in text, slightly disconnected from the context of it, I'm thinking of, like, a mutated cinnamon bun. I do want to eat a Mecha Sinzilla. That sounds delicious. It's like a little platter with feetsies that delivers your cinnamon bun for you. That sounds great. Oh, it's more than 1 Z level down. It's like 10 plus almost. Like this is the aquifer right here, layer 36, and we started on layer 49, but we're in an ad break, so I will just pause the game. I zoomed out so fast. I need to, like, slow down then. I need to play slower. Maybe I should just turn the frame rate down as well, because it is an evil map. We're at 80 FPS. Set this down to, like, 60 maybe. Zaku, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Welcome back. Appreciate you, man. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. I mean, with dinner, and might be easier to convince than for dinner. Dustin Dude in YouTube chat says, maybe I can convince the missus that we need cinnamon rolls for dinner. With dinner. Also, that's a hamster. You can see the murder in his eyes. How is one to make a well flowing downward from a river as wells continue to give you real pains? I'll show you how to make a well in an aquifer in a few minutes if you like. But I have several videos on how to do that. I don't know if it's something I could verbally explain. I mean, you could literally just like, I don't know the parts right now, but you could literally just grab a well and place it there and to just build floor around it, and that would work. Just build an above ground well. You just need a mechanism, a rope, and a bucket. But welcome, good to have you. Wells are something that you don't strictly need until you've had injuries. Like, dwarves use wells and well water to clean injuries. So until you have quite literally had, like, acquired injured dwarves, you don't really need those. Reminds you of Adom? Yeah, or any other game that has little slight slides. It's like a less bouncy version of what Keeper RL does. And oh, hi, Mark. Thank you very much for chucking a sub over at our good friend, Deep Space. Well, thankfully, they're just chinchillas. Don't like how close that's getting. I do not like how close that's getting. Wrong video game. Sick cow. Suddenly regretting building over here, but I also kind of don't want to move everything back. Kind of want to go around halfway. Purely because if these guys are going to do what I think they're going to do, they're going to walk all the way to the edge here and then walk north, and they're going to collide with us. But if I move around halfway this way, maybe they won't. Okay, so if you zoom out like really far, kind of stutters a little bit, which is interesting. Don't worry about plump helmets. Do you have access to the surface, Harbinger? Click this button and click and drag. Do that a couple times a year, and you will have more food than you ever need if you are in like a temperate biome. This map, maybe not so much. But if you're somewhere temperate, you can just harvest stuff from the surface and be fine. And as far as plump helmets go, they grow wild in the cave layers. So if you dig down to the caverns, you will find them pretty quick. And you can just use that same tool to click and drag and just mass harvest them. Name it Chinzilla. You do understand and realize and acknowledge that they're just going to leave and never come back, right? Wasted points, but if you insist. Regardless, here they come. Also, it looks like we killed a peregrine falcon corpse. The miner strikes the peregrine falcon corpse in the head with an iron pick, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Did you get it? You did. Sings Michael Jackson lyrics in Moonwalk. What's that zombie doing over there? He's vibing. And Peds, thank you for the 1 year of Prime subscriptions. That's a whole year, dude. Thank you so much for helping keep the sub alive and for helping keep the channel funded. Nope, this is a DF hack plugin. Saber Maru. It's a third-party DF hack plugin that is in the process of trying to clean itself up so that it can be integrated into DF hack proper. Or at least that's their goal. And I'm just curious to test it, mostly to see what people think of it. The other thing that you can do, which I don't have on right now, is this. This, I don't like. That, no. No. Do not like that. Thankfully, I can turn it off. But smooth movement and smooth movement flip seems kind of nifty. I was chatting with Putnam about this, and it was something that she was saying that like she tried to implement it once, but it was just super janky and had like memory loss problems where like sprites would disappear and then not come back periodically and couldn't make it work smoothly, and then just kind of didn't prioritize it. But I think it's something that if people bitched a bunch could be implemented into the main game from the descriptions I've heard. Okay, so now that they're all there. Let's just start digging like right here. So how deep did that go before it stopped? It was right there, was where the aquifer starts. Okay. So let's go to like right here. Get to it, dwarves. And then we'll move everything underground. It basically made the camera not lock to the different tiles and like unlocked the camera. I don't want that. It would also make, I don't want that because it's like, uh-oh. That's not supposed to be there. Thankfully, it died very quickly and easily. The recruit punches the eagle corpse in the head, and the injured part collapsed.
I was attacked by the dead. The horror consumes me.
No. You blew it up. It went splat. It did not consume you. If it consumed you, you'd be dead. It's mild correction, but still correction. I hate to break it to you, but the Sinzillas have all left. We do have camels on the map, though. Zombie camels are pretty scary. You've yet to play in an evil biome? Most evil biomes aren't that big of a threat. This one is because it's terrifying. Like sinister and haunted biomes generally aren't that bad. You only really get the kind of crazier effects if you go for the terrifying ones specifically. Let's just go for the dolomite because there's tons of it. Just need some blocks. And I need a hatch cover, hatch cover, hatch cover. Those I can make out of chalk. I mean, I did say it was a waste of points. Would you like me to refund it, Gooblier? Because I don't think it'll come back. I mean, it might, but that would be kind of surprising if it did. Gypsum? We can make plaster. It's crazy. Nah? Okay. Although, actually, hold up. I wonder. It's not considered a notable figure. I could make a statue of a... brunch leap. Okay, I thought that said brunch lunch. I was like, I could use a brunch lunch right about now. Specify new image of a creature, a chinchilla. Demon? A large, feathered chinchilla twisted into humanoid form. It undulates rhythmically, and its pine green feathers are fluffed out. Beware its poisonous sting. Huh. And it stings. Which one would you prefer a statue of? Normal chinchilla or chinchilla demon or giant chinchilla? Gooblier. Just because you wasted your points. Demon? I figured. We'll get that placed somewhere respectable soon. Let's just make a few more of these. And you guys want to see a secret? It's not really a secret. I talk about this a lot. If you assign a manager before you have 20 dwarves, the manager's screen works without an office. Just, you know, thought you'd like to know that. See? It's already queued up. 3 beers for Chinchilla Demon. Hip hip. Beer! The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make a barracks here. And I'm going to set this barracks as a guild hall. Say weaponsmiths. And it's just going to allow citizens. So dwarves should, mostly, either go work on those blocks or stand there. What's on the map? No, they just probably... My envisioning is after 20 dwarves, there's enough dwarves that they have to, like, go verify orders. But before 20 dwarves, they just kind of shout loudly. They're just like, hey, numbskulls, I need you all to go here and do this. And they go, yeah, on it, boss. That's how I see that. Let's just go to labor, standing orders, refuse, gather outdoor refuse. So they should... Yeah, get rid of those corpses. Put them away. Why are people happy? Satisfied at work. You saw an eagle's dead body, but didn't bother you much. Well, that's good. Seems like all the miners are happy. Yeah, basically. Everybody who's like underground mostly and digging, pretty happy with their lives. I mean, look at Saksul here. He does want to be extravagant and admire art, but like, I wants to pray to Id. Okay, so I understand the communion of brands doesn't mean what my brain tells me it means. In my mind, communion of brands is like the Church of Taco Bell. You know? It's like, that's where the Toys R Us is. Like, this is some, like, late 80s consumerism shit. It's like the Church of Brands. Hail the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. and go shop at Walmart. It's a thing? It's just middle America? Is that what it is? The Bible Belt, maybe. I'm not going to put the whole US of A in that. Disney don't, actually. It's like if Disney opened a Baptist church. But yeah, the goal of this fort is to just be big ol' militia fort. I do hope they fix this, because like that stuttering is kind of annoying. But so now that you guys have looked at it for a little bit, what do you guys think of this smooth movement? Like where are we at? Because I'm still pretty damn positive with it. Does this make things easier to follow? Obviously, it's bad when you're following them directly, but cool idea, needs work. I'm really curious about what the next thing they put out is, because like they have been updating it like a couple times a week. And it is just open. So if you like know programming and want to go see if you can fix the weird issue with it stuttering when it's moving, you could go help. I will say this. I think it's... actually, if it does that stutter thing in adventure mode, then it got worse. At least the first time I tried it, it was more like kind of cooler in adventure mode than it was in fortress mode. Because I find it actually harder to parse where other units are going in adventure mode than I do in fortress mode. It looks somewhat weird. No, certainly. Like the sprites facing the other direction. Oh, that's weird. Oh, did you guys see that? So this dwarf's moving. If you change the zoom, it changes the direction they're facing. Back to the default. Oh, that's funny. Makes combat 1,000 times easier to follow. I definitely agree with that, yeah. Certainly doesn't... them facing the other way doesn't look intended? I think it looks weird, but I feel like it looks weird because we're not used to it. Because, like, what it's doing is it's just mirroring the sprite, right? So, like, the hands swap wrong. So, like, where are you? Like this dwarf with the axe. So if this dwarf, like, it swaps the hand that they're in. So, like, this is supposed to be in their right hand. It's now in their left hand. So, like, stuff like that needs work. To me, this just looks like... Because I've played so many very strictly grid-based games, Kage, that do this, that this just looks like a bunch of other games I know. So it doesn't hurt me because, like, I've played, I'm not going to say dozens of games, I've played plenty of other games in the past that do that exact same, like, pause on the tile. Like, chat mentioned earlier ADOM, because ADOM does that. Sure, Path Vakra. Do I want to do a wall? I kind of just want to move all this shit underground. Not bars and blocks. So if they take longer to move, the next tile it would take longer for more frames. Yeah, it makes sense. That would be really neat. I need to set this as the recenter spot. So I have F2, F1. I mean, I'm asking more for like how it feels to watch, if anything. It does like definitely indicate how much slower they're moving. Like this is a dwarf hauling a boulder. Really what it makes me want is it makes me want them to hold different items when they're hauling them. Like it would be so nice if like, oh, you're hauling a barrel. You have a barrel in your hands. What's really funny to me, though, is, like, as Gala mentions in the YouTube chat, RimWorld being my main game, this looks pretty normal to you. It's like, the thing that I think is interesting is RimWorld is a grid-based game. It's just much more vibey about it and doesn't really care about the rules of the grid unless you have combat enabled. But it is just as, like, grid-based as Dwarf Fortress is the second you go into combat. Dwarf's just socializing. Can you make a religion? No, the dwarves make the religions. And new religions don't get made after World Gen is done. You could maybe mod in a religion, but that's not really the question that you're asking. But the religion system is quite in-depth for what it is. And is quite interesting to follow. But it's not something that the player has direct control over. But that's the thing with a lot of stuff in the game at the moment, is like the player very rarely has direct control. You just kind of interpret and utilize what you're given. You're lost in the game, but thanks. I mean, that's the best time. Grief for Diamond. Like, the best part of Dwarf Fortress is, like, realizing all the stuff that you still have to learn. Oh, I love that. That's always great. When, like, I had a fortress once that had a god that was a rock, which is a giant bird of prey. And if you went back in Legends, there was a point where the mountain home was destroyed by, first off, a series of sieges, and then their god showed up and finished them off and moved in, which is kind of awesome. And then was later killed by something unremarkable. But, like, there's just something kind of awesome about, like your capital being destroyed by your god. It's like, imagine, like, the sins you must have committed to put yourself in a situation where your own god decides to punish you with death. Looks like we're getting the smithing demonstrations. Something else I need to, like, mess around with in this fort is, like, how well they actually leave these, because there was a bug that was fixed in the last update, which was dwarves would get stuck in demonstrations if they had social needs. So I'm very curious to see if that keeps happening. Your Doors? What a name. Why didn't you capitalize that offense then, Panraric? Well, clearly it would be losing fights to the goblins. Would be something that your god would punish you for. I don't think so. Because it's not like a dwarf training military skill is pretty categorically different than a guild hall demonstration. Like, a guild hall demonstration is like dancing. You don't learn the dance from watching other dwarves dance. You learn the dance from taking part in the dance. Whereas, like, military training is a specific thing. just going to dig out a bunch of this over here so I can just get more dolomite without digging out my stairwell over here. Yeah, no, Guildhall demonstrations are classed as a social activity, but they don't satisfy social needs. So, like, the way that bug worked was, like, they can socialize, or they can do weaponsmithing demonstrations in this guild hall, right? Because it's a weaponsmiths guild. But if they have social needs and they're doing weaponsmithing, then they won't finish this because they were trying to socialize. But this doesn't satisfy socializing. But they're trying to do this one job until they satisfy their socializing need. And that got fixed in the last patch, which was on the 20th anniversary. It is not part of the default game, Jedi Cly. It's a DF hack plugin. This is a rocky wasteland. Is what this is. Star Legend God. Stone. Yeah, that's one of the weird things about having an archive of your face on the internet. Ezekiel. It's kind of a blessing and a curse in some ways. It just says, I watched one of your old streams from 6 years ago, and it's mental to see how far you've come since the old apartment days. Question, was that black backdrop or bookshelf? Because those are pretty different eras. You remove bins so they don't stack up in one guild? Why would your bins stack up in one guild? You mean in one stockpile? Oh, I see. Toy stockpiles in guilds. Got it. Keep the kids in the toy stockpile area. Yeah, I assumed that you were the similar Ezekiel. But you're in the wrong chat for me to immediately identify you. Removing bins from stockpile rules. I've been using bins more and more lately. Like, there's certain types of stockpiles that I don't use bins, but assuming, like, my stockpile is organized, like, if it's just an everything, whatever stockpile, don't put bins in it. Or I don't put bins in it, but if it's, like bars, it gets bins. If it's, like, clothing, it gets bins. If it's armor, it gets bins. If it's, you know, small items that are specific, then it gets bins. I don't know. Whatever you think is a good dwarf name is a good dwarf name. Goobler. And it allows bins back? Yeah, that bothers me a little bit. Why would you use bins for your prepared meals in a stockpile tavern? You use barrels for that. What? Why would... Do they even go into bins? I think you have to use barrels. I don't think they go into those. Well, you could be right now, Ezekiel. Yeah, they don't take perishables. Like, I'm pretty sure. It's the same reason you can't put, like, bodies into bins. I mean, just go through the settings and disable whatever you don't want it to do, and it's fine to just run in the background. I really like quick save, personally. The only issue that I've been having with it, that seems to still exist, is when you're following something, Salty Saint Man, it does this weird stutter thing when they move from tile to tile. I should follow somebody who's actually moving. Unless they're carrying something heavy, apparently. What? You know, putting a kappa on everything just makes you sound like you're being like a sassy twat. Weed. So if that's your intent, carry on. You turn it on, and then every new job that is assigned after that burrow has been turned on will not permit items that are outside if you toggle it on or off. It's very simple, but it doesn't cancel currently existing jobs. Yeah, and then when they move fast... Okay, now he's moonwalking. So there's still oddities when they're, like... when you're following them like that. But that's basically it. Like, if you pause the game, stuff doesn't move around the way it shouldn't. Yeah, that's the only weirdness that's left. I'm okay. No heavy complaints. What about yourself? I hate Auto Butcher so much. Auto Butcher, like, it literally all you have to do is just click this button and then click some little hatchets once a season. All that having Auto Butcher will do is you'll accidentally butcher something you don't want to butcher. At least that's my experience of it. So, all my dwarves are in this burrow. No jobs are going to be assigned to items that are on this side of the map, so there's no reason to go to this side of the map. If I enable this, they'll try and walk in this area, but we'll go collect items from this side of the map. That's all it does. What would I not want butchered? I don't know. I'll know it when I see it. Maybe I just bought an elephant. Maybe I just bought a rhino. Maybe I just bought a dinosaur. Maybe I just caught a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Maybe I just caught a whale. Maybe I just imported a megalodon. So, like, why... What would I not want butchered? Plenty of things. No. I just play the video game and click the buttons when I want stuff butchered. It's pretty easy. I think, like, to me, the stuff that I go, nope, never gonna use that when it comes to DF hack is the stuff that makes me lazy. Like, the stuff that makes me, like, just straight up ignore mechanics. I don't find useful. Like, I genuinely find that stuff to be, like, kind of the opposite of useful, actually. Like, I can understand why you'd want that, but, like... I would rather just get into the habit of separating male and female animals and, like, maintaining, like, a reasonable livestock supply instead of, like, just letting the game do it. And you're trying to handle it? Put all the male dogs into one cage and all the female dogs into another cage. Sell all the female dogs. Problem solved. But, like, the auto ban seeds from cooking. One, why the fuck don't you want to ban seeds from cooking? The vast majority of those you're never going to use for anything. I go out of my way to auto-enable seeds for cooking. Like, the like, actual situations where you want to not cook seeds is, like, 4 different kinds of seeds. Maybe. Maybe 5. But, like... Or you could simply, like, have a stockpile that only allows items in it that you want cooked, and then just assign those to your kitchen. Like, there's never a point in history where that is a good idea, in my opinion. Chat is just above 200 of each type. How many plants are in Dwarf Fortress? Besides, like, seeds are all automatically banned for cooking anyway. What? Chat's smoking some fucking weird-ass drugs today. There's a grim reminder. The winter hardships to come. The supply caravan from the boat of seizing is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with the anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious craft stores. Take careful stock of what these merchants offer. Might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. Smoking some seeds, yeah. Chat's high on the seed, that's for sure. Where am I going with this? All I'm saying is fucking cook your seeds. It's so much more worth it to you. So now you're gonna die of cyanide poisoning. Have fun, Wawa. I guess I could just cut some gems. I think we're also probably going to get a migrant wave in a minute. You could also have, like, significantly more food. Or they could just be included in higher quality meals and give more food variety. Why not? So you're asking me, do I smell almonds? Not do I sell almonds. I heard sell, not smell. Which makes a little bit more sense. Oh, I know. I'm mostly just joking. It's mostly an issue for horses? Wild. I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. I don't know what to import, so I'm just going to ask for iron. Figure it out by next year. They need cut gems next year. Well, that's good. Well, you're getting that this year, too. Actually, you know what's another thing I could do? Make a wooden cage. I don't know if I would say weak, but I will say, I do use DF hack to hide tutorials, though. Because I'm a pro. I don't need no tutorial. Or instruction. Or help. What kind of nonsense is that? Also, I want to check something. Kind of curious. News and rumors. So this is the Dwarven fortress of Portal Tangle, which is being attacked by the goblins. But also, it looks like they took all their Dark Goblin pits back. So I did take over some of these. But now they're attacking it again. This one's just a Dark Goblin fortress. Dwarven fortress of ancient Greece. Seems like items are known to be there. Because all we have right now are this, and that. We lost the pits over here that we took over, because I took over a bunch of these. I also took over that, didn't I? Well, we still have that, though. We have a Helix over there, which is good. Some of the spots that I destroyed didn't even stay destroyed. It's upsetting. Did I watch the tutorial on making tutorials first? I have watched tutorials on how to use my video editing software, if that's what you mean. I do have to be honest and say that I have never actually finished the Dwarf Fortress tutorial. I'm good, Sotark. I'm good. I don't need to know what like Super Nintendo sprite I look like. Because clearly it's the splitting image of me, not the other way around. Demonic Tutor. That must smell terrible. Then it looks nothing like me? So Sodark is saying that I look like Lloyd from Mother 1, the Super Nintendo game. But he's like, minus the ponytail. I'm like, so okay, so I look nothing like Lloyd. So I'm a white dude with glasses? Or a dude with glasses? And kind of grayish hair? So nothing like me. No. Because the way you catch a land animal, Kanegoto Kuma, is you make a cage trap. I don't make tutorials very often because they're not worth making because they have a very, 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 very small audience. I make big videos that I will include some tutorialization in the middle of, but I don't make tutorials specifically. I made that Getting Started guide recently because Kit Fox hired me to do it. I don't do them of my own volition. Unless it makes a lot of sense or there is seismic changes to the game, which, no. I'm glad you liked it. That video, like, if I wasn't paid hourly to make it, so far has made about $50. Like, very few people are watching it all the way through. It's a bit of a struggle, but it is what it is. $50. Huge, eh? My news videos make more than that. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Total Warlock. But it's why I don't make tutorials very often, is because it doesn't work super well in the YouTube realms. Which in some ways kind of sucks, but is what it is. All right, so I need a broker. Let's throw the manager in as the broker and also the bookkeeper. Why not? There's no way those are actually worth what you are claiming that they're worth. That's heavy. But I should be able to fix that. Buy a singular lead cage. Buy 2 pieces of clay. What can I get? Let's just get some food. Variety up in here. I'm tempted to buy that thread. Of Trade. It's a book. Let's buy the splint and the crutch. Fancy undies. Maybe some armor. 2 additional anvils. Easy peasy. I'll finish cutting those gems. Yeah, I seem to, like, recall a bunch of random tutorials for Dwarf Fortress popping up. But trust me, like, that was when hundreds of thousands of people were looking for tutorial content for Dwarf Fortress. That hasn't existed since the launch of Dwarf Fortress. So, you know, we are way beyond that. If nothing else, I mean, literally my only meeting zone is a weaponsmith's guild, so it'll be useful. I'm building a wall on the outside. Where are you supposed to put walls? This is an evil biome, and there are zombies wandering in and out of the map periodically. I don't really want them wandering onto my map, so I'm building a wall. I'm gonna be blunt. I will be shocked if we ever have an influx the size of premium releasing ever again. Like, I don't think that's going to happen. Dwarf Fortress doesn't operate in a way that would allow that to happen, really. There's a reason why I make them, Super Fragger. Quippy's Revenge says people saying that you look like a sprite must be watching at 140p. That's funny. Yeah, it's like 15 pixels. Or 32 pixels or whatever. What's wrong with making them out of raw clay, Baron Balloon? Dwarf Fortress hit 1 million on Steam last summer, I think? I'd have to go back in the news announcements, but it was a little while ago. Sure, Clarkin. I think what causes those user base jumps, though, isn't just an update being massive or awesome. What causes user base jumps is people making content. and it kind of sucks, but that's the reality. And I don't know. I've talked about this at length over the years, so I don't know if you guys just want me to rehash the stuff that I've litigated many times. I've spent. I need to turn on these. I've spent many years trying to convince peers who stream to stream more Dwarf Fort, and I've given up. I'm glad you really liked that video. I'm quite happy with it. I'm surprised people like it as much as they do, to be honest, but I'm glad people really liked that video. And I don't think that you're ever going to get that audience back. Like, and like, what could do that is if, like, Moon and Co-Carnage decided to stream Dwarf Fortress for 6 months straight, 7 days a week, when Myths and Magic came out. That would probably cause it to happen. Maybe not 6 months, but like a month. But you'd need some people at that level of scale. You'd need like 4 YouTubers to upload videos that get 10 million views. You need like a weekly series from Ambiguous Amphibian. You need like collective insanity. Like, that isn't to say that Dwarf Fortress couldn't have user-based jumps. It can. I don't think... I don't see a world right now where there is that much of a shift. He's streamed it before. Total Warlock. I think they made the game a lot more accessible, but it's a game that you need to put a couple dozen hours in to understand how to make it entertaining to watch and how to manipulate the game into being digestible for an audience that has no idea what they're looking at. And I think that there's maybe a dozen of us total who have figured out how to do that. Maybe a little bit more than that. Sometimes people come and go and they figure it out, and then they don't stay super long and they move on with variety, or they come and go periodically. There is not a large number of people that have figured out how to successfully do that. And that isn't like, you know, it's enough to keep a small community chugging along and satisfied. But like, you know, when Dwarf Fortress launched on Steam, it had 25,000 people playing. The last time we went above 2,000 people playing was when the Siege update came out. The last time we went above 4,000 people playing was when Adventure Mode released. My suspicion, and this is me being kind of a pessimist, I hope this isn't the case, is that Adventure Mode will, or not Adventure Mode, Myths and Magic will release, and Dwarf Fortress will have a 5,000 player base for 2 weeks, and then it'll trickle down again. That's my suspicion. Because it's, for better or for worse, I think a game that has the opinion of a lot of mainstream content pushers, content creators, whatever you want to call them, influencers, that this game is scary and hard to watch. I mean, that kind of, okay, that didn't happen, obviously, and isn't the case, but what is Magic the Gathering if not just Fortnite but a card game? And they already had a Fortnite or a Magic the Gathering crossover, so I honestly, I can't really fathom that, Gesta. I would actually argue that Project Zomboid has terrible user interface design. It's just very simplistic. There just isn't a lot there, but I think that the UI that is there is terrible, just because YouTube chat's mentioning that Project Zomboid has good user interface. No, Project Zomboid is just immediately understandable by anybody why it's interesting. You are in an area There's zombies coming at you. Don't die. That is immediately interesting. It took me an hour to do an embark in Dwarf Fort. It's like saying that Dominions is going to take off and suddenly be the biggest game in the world. Dominions is awesome. The biggest game in the world? I don't have a goal currently, so I can skull. I will add one though. There you go. Fixed. Oh, no, absolutely. Might be your taste in games. I'm not talking about playing the game. I'm not talking about enjoyment of playing the game. I'm talking about why something is interesting to an audience of people that have never seen it before. If you've never seen Dwarf Fortress right now, what are the stakes? What is compelling? If you've never seen Project Zomboid before and you see your favorite streamer screaming because there's a crowd of zombies running after them, what are the stakes? What is compelling? Like, I think Dwarf Fortress is extremely compelling, but I do think that it's a long-term, massive uphill battle to ever push the player base higher than it is. It's like right now there's 1,000 people playing. That's great. You know, over the weekend we had 1,300 people. Project Zomboid had a massive player boost around the pandemic because people started playing in co-op. They already had 5x the player base that Dwarf Fortress had before that. And yeah, if you go all the way back to like, 2016, it was around the size of Dwarf Fortress for a good long while. And then they bumped up a little bit because they fixed their multiplayer. And then they bumped up a little more, then they bumped up a little more. And then there was a pandemic, and they grew quite considerably, and then they put out a massive update. There's a mod for that if you want to try that. Actually, I think there's 2. Unless they join forces, there's at least 2 mods in development. Like, we're already talking about a game that just sheer player counts wise and time and place wise. I mean, that's how games blow up now. Like, I was talking about a game earlier and chat was like, well, we just need a YouTuber to review it and they'll have all the money they'll ever need. It's like, well, sure. But 100%. Anthagesta, absolutely. And that's because every single streamer then went and played it in multiplayer. Clarkin. Like, I know what happened in 2021. I played it in 2021. But, like, I don't know. I really hate this bummer conversation because it just kind of leads to me just seeming like I'm putting the game down, which is not what I'm trying to do. Novice Hammer Dwarf. Oh, you were in my previous fort. Look at us. Just acquiring militia dwarves. With rapid speed. and competent fighter. More swords dwarfs. Mark's dwarf. Lashed Fancy, you were also part of the previous fort. You were also part of the previous fort. Oh, hey, it's Bearded Donis. Welcome back, Bearded Donis. You have a Dondus to Shirtus. Dabbling Swords Dwarf. How do I know a dwarf is from a prior fort? I'm looking at their description. So it says that they're a former member of the Muscular Spear of Strength. That's the name of my last group. And they have passing acquaintances that aren't here. If I look at their thoughts and memories, they have previous memories. This one remembers being zealous after incompetently performing the rites of the fatal death and improving improperly at a dedicated temple. This dwarf over here, well, they have militia skills, so that's a suspect, but like they have memories from Autumn 259, which is before I started this fort. Clarkin, thank you very much for tier 1. Appreciate you. Can you get a bearded one? You may select your beard if you like, or I can choose one for you. I assume you mean bearded. If you meant breaded, then oops. You can have Asmil. Narc. Helpful Net is not careful. That does sound like it. Phishing software. He's not careful with resources when working on projects, often spends unnecessary effort. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he doesn't often feel lustful. He tries to do things correctly each time, and he often acts impartially. He's rarely moved to mercy, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He points and shakes his finger when he's angry, and he talks very quietly when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And it likes working outdoors and grumbles mildly at crap weather. I think like what I'm trying to say is I see long-term Dwarf Fortress like explosive growth as a massive uphill battle. I think long-term consistent slow growth very much possible. I'm trying to do my damnedest to make cool things about Dwarf Fortress, and it's working pretty well for me. If anything, I'm less than 2,000 YouTube subs away from 100K, which is nuts. So at the rate I'm going, I'll have it by November. And like the way I see it is, this is a game that could explode, but it's outside of my control at this point. Your helpful net license has expired. It sounds like a McAfee antivirus. Personally sees the competition as reasonably important and dreams of creating a great work of art. Likes gold and green zircon as well as featherwood, giant capuchin leather, rope reed paper, floodgates, earrings, and giant... Where was I? I lost my spot. Giant axe blades and horses for their strength. And the sound of the brand of gold and the sight of the gorge of warmth, and when possible prefers to consume lychee wine and absolutely hates rats. Is a member of the Ruthless Coven and is a member of the hideous knowledge of sliding. Truly hideous. It's one of the reasons I'm using this plugin. And why in the world would I discount that? It's the reason Dwarf Fortress has sold 1 million copies instead of just like being a game that 2,000 people download a month, you know? I think so could Fortress mode, Wawa. I just don't think that the priority is to hit mainstream and sell 5 million copies. The gist that I kind of get is like, I think they'd like it if they sold 5 million copies. But I think they're selling just fine. And it's not really a worry, you know? That's all I have to say. Top your sub. That's all I have to say. Sigh. Oh, no. Dwarf Fortress is doing extraordinarily well. But, like, people often say stuff in my chat like, well, this happened for Project Zomboid. It's like, before it happened to Project Zomboid was getting regular streams from massive streamers. Like, sure, there's 20,000... There's more people playing RimWorld right now than there was at the peak player concurrency of Dwarf Fortress, most likely. In fact, let me double check that. Yeah, there's currently more people playing RimWorld at this exact second than there was during the busiest portion of Dwarf Fortress's launch. And that is partially because RimWorld's a pretty good game, believe it or not, but also because it had massive content creator coverage in the early days while it was still building. Like, Co-Carnage used to stream RimWorld during every single major update cycle for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Same with people like Moon. Same with people, just quite a few people at that scale. Whenever there was a big release for RimWorld for years, there would be dozens of people at the gargantuan scale of content creation streaming that game. And, you know, I could upload a video that gets 300,000 views once every other month forever, and it wouldn't put a drop in the bucket of one of those guys streaming a game for 8 hours does. Sure, I mean, Project Zomboid is absolutely like an inferior game to CDDA, but CDDA has a fraction of the player base. It's been that way for me for a long time. There's part of me that's like, I'd probably like some of the less off the rails forks, but I've just never bothered. You should, Bacon Nation. Although, take everything that I've said in the last 20 minutes aside. And remember, just for those of you that missed it, because it is not unlikely that some of you did. At the end of the month at Gamescom, I just hit a cavern. At the end of the month at Gamescom, I will read word for word what they posted in the news about this. And I don't know anything secret. I genuinely don't know what's actually coming with this, just for clarity. We are also preparing to go to Gamescom at the end of the month to show a first look of Myths and Magic gameplay that you will be able to watch at home. Maybe we'll get an idea. That's not how you attract streamers. Like, it's very difficult to artificially do that. Like, sure, it can work with certain types of games, lifting. You're way too deep into the weeds of CDDA stuff than I'm aware of, Baron Bloom. Has low carving, and you ask him to carve something, he will carve something else? No? They'll just do a crappy... If you make a custom one, the worst quality dwarf will... Like, the worst skill carving dwarf will still make the same carving if you ask for something specific. But it'll just be a lower value carving. Well, moist caverns, hey? Kind of looking for metal. It's time for you to trap 498 Kerbals around the Mun. Well, you have fun with that. Best of luck with your Mun, hun. That almost sounded like I was trying to make a Monster Hunter joke, which is not what I was trying to do. Soggy Cavern. Yeah. It's fine, though. Okay, so let's just go here. Gonna get them training. Gonna get them training right there. The Lashes of Stoking. Sounds pleasant. And they're gonna all go start training. So they'll be witnessing these demonstrations, but also watching demonstrations. We'll see how that goes. Let's see if I can go this way then. Otherwise, I'll just build up and then dig down. Like I could just go to here and just dig through this. Like that's my backup, I think. Yeah, we'll just do it that way. I could put that, make that into a well, maybe? We'll just auto dig through it. Should be easy enough. If I go to labor, standing orders, other, mining canceled near New Damp Stone, mining continues through New Damp Stone. And there they go. You're still doing the Q thing, Nickpaw. I should just like go on strike and refuse to answer any questions with a Q in front of it. No, it is not. Will they get used to it again? I mean, they never get fully used to it. They just don't complain much if they're outside. But will they stop complaining? Yeah. Will it feel like an uphill battle if you get to the point where most of your dwarves are cave adapted? Yes. Yes, it will. But you can absolutely overcome it. It's the vomit that you dislike? I think you can adjust its potency in the, like, settings. But that's something that you need to build for, right? Like, if you want to build a fort that's not going to have problems with cave adaptation, you have to build a fort that's not going to have problems with cave adaptation. I have absolutely no idea. That sounds like a save that you need to submit a bug report for. Romanoid. No clue. Never seen that before. There's an undead eagle on the map, it seems. Sounds like a good way to go, Lilithic. You tried so hard to get in love with this game, but you don't know what you're doing after the initial sessions. Is there something that you're missing? Is there a loop? Watch a tutorial. Follow a guide. Is there a loop? Keep your dwarves boozed, keep your dwarves fed, keep your dwarves in beds. That's the loop. But it's It's not necessarily your most traditional gameplay. If you're expecting handheld guided direction, you're probably not going to get that here. I'm going to do this, but I'm also going to put a barracks here. And then just set that to sleeping for these squads when they're on duty. Well, it's not the barfing during the siege that's the problem. It's the fact that they're nauseous during sieges. Because being nauseous is one of the biggest debuffs a dwarf can have. It causes them to cancel jobs midway through and fall over. And get dizzy and not move as quickly. Or have the ability to dodge. It's like having a 40% debuff to all of your dodging abilities. So if your dwarves are vomiting and nauseous during a siege, that's like a death sentence. Like, yeah, you can mitigate that with basically, like, cave adaptation is very important because dwarves are ridiculously overpowered, just by default. Like, that's just a fact, and like there is no denying that. Dwarves are ridiculously overpowered. And the reason that it is crucial that they have some sort of weakness is because if they didn't, there wouldn't be any challenge to this game. I mean, there already is, like, not a ton if you know what you're doing and utilizing all the options given to you, but like, you can make Dwarf Fortress so much easier that it's like that it goes from there's not even a challenge there to there like that's challenge doesn't exist. What even is challenge? No, not 100 goblins. One legendary dwarf can fight until they get tired. Once they are exhausted, they will fall over. So one dwarf could kill 100 goblins, but those goblins can't be in clusters of more than like 5. But they're 10 goblins, sure, as long as they're roughly the same skill level and the dwarf doesn't get hit first. It's not quite that granular. But like if you're in a situation where the goblins are all already injured by the time they get to your dwarves, easily, yeah. That if you don't know what you're doing, still it doesn't take away any challenge. Dwarves are Saiyans? There's a mod for that, but yeah. Only dwarves get martial trance, and literally all that martial trance does is it's an accuracy bonus and it negates exhaustion. So if they're exhausted, they don't get more exhausted. And if they're exhausted, they don't get more exhausted. And if they are, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like fighting a group of people, like they just don't gain exhaustion, basically. Sure, they can get... No, they don't develop exertion while they're in martial trance. Yeah, they get bonuses to their existing skills, Sophitas, and they don't develop exhaustion. Like, that's literally that's what martial trance does. Yes, they're just all going do-do-do-do-do the whole time. Dragon then some. There's a link if you want to download the plugin. YouTube chat person. Not Dota by basehunter.mp3? Every now and again, I like to invoke the words of the Dota song by Basshunter just to see who goes, fuck you, I hate you, I'm never watching this stream again, goodbye, you monster. There's always one. It's like, god damn it! I said the word Dota by Basshunter like sometime last week, and then I had somebody in my chat who was like, I hate you! It's gonna be stuck in my head all week. And then like a week later, they tune in and they're like, that song's still stuck in my head! Do 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 do. Insert force in dancing. I mean, you know, it was the millennial skibbity toilet. Still play that song in your car sometimes? I would probably burst out laughing on the sidewalk if I heard a car go by playing that. This song, Boat Anna, is better personally. Probably. I don't know if I know that. I don't think I know that one. You haven't thought about that song in years? Congratulations, now you have. By the way, YouTube folks, I'm sorry. I keep disconnecting from chat, so if I miss something that you said, I don't think it's on my end because my internet's totally stable, so. You know, you might be onto something with that. Baron Balloon. I recently heard a death metal cover of a Crazy Frog song, and that exists. See, I guess you're probably right. I mean, I stopped playing years ago, so I can't lose anymore. Self accuracies. No, the game was the Millennial 6-7. It's just stupid and it doesn't matter and everybody hates it. I hope that Crazy Frog got the mental health treatment he needed. Is this a bit? Because I thought it was like an animation thing. Or is there like actually a dark real story behind Crazy Frog that I'm not aware of? I don't know if I'm ready for that. You look on the overworld and you look for a map that's haunted or terrifying. This area is terrifying, which is why there's zombies periodically putzing their way onto the map, which also means if something dies over there, it's probably going to be undead and come back as a zombie, which is scary for like forgotten beasts and stuff. That is like the third time you've said that today, Beagle Weagle. But I'll have you know that my lava forges don't have a temperature setting. Sweet. Please just go. Big channel, thanks. This is an aquifer, yeah. Whoosh. There we go. And we are now through it. It's going to take a little bit, but we'll get there. Can also get across that one up there too. Yeah, it's easier right there than up top. Those ones are actually, why don't I make this the entrance? Block off this too. So let's actually just go down here. I just want to like have an idea of what direction creepy crawlies are going to come from generally. It's really all I want. What the heck did I click on? Reinforced walls, I guess. Saltpeter down in there. Interesting. Let's just put 2 wheelbarrows in that. And then lower down that job frequency. There we go. Yeah, finding tin makes bronze annoying. This is a fact. Allegedly, the last map I played on had bronze, or had tin, but I never actually saw it, so I kind of refuse to believe it. Tin is genuinely rare. But there's 2 tins in Tin Tin. Can't be that rare, right? Why, Clarkin? Number one, you do understand 2 things, right? Dwarves can swim, and it's not that difficult to train them in swimming. That's the first thing that you need to understand. The second thing is, why do you want boats? Why is that your number 1? How do you train them? Go to my YouTube channel and type in swimming. I think I have a tutorial on how to do that. Let me double check, actually. I don't want to lie. I'm not a politician. I'm a YouTuber. Otherwise, I have another one that applies. Okay, I've got one on how to swim in adventure mode. Yeah, I do. It's not really a tutorial. It was when I was trying to make people actually watch tutorials, and then I gave up. There's a link. No, I've got a better method. I mean, I literally I was teaching the last fort on how to do it. But, man, not the last fort, the one before. Or maybe it was, I think it might have been actually Metal Sledge, but. Randomination. Randomination. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. So a wagon that's on the water. You know, I think the issue that I have with boats in Dwarf Fortress is I would like boats. Boats are cool. I don't want boats the way I think Tarn wants boats. I imagine that Tarn wants to implement boats that are like player buildable, and I don't actually really care for and or want that. If boats were just wagons, what go on water and maybe look slightly more like boats? Cool. Yeah, man. But whenever Tarn talks about boats, he's always like, then I'd have to figure out how they would turn without bending. And it's like, and then players would have to build this. I'm like, no, I don't want to make boats. Having boats, fine. Making boats, I just don't see that as fun. Which is why Dwarf Fortress doesn't have boats, Baron Bloom, so maybe it's for the best. Yeah, sure, but I don't think it would. PBN jams. Like, I've said this before, I just want more overworld features. Like, let me build and commission roads in the overworld. Let me do the thing that they're planning, which is let me hire mercenaries and give me reason to interact with this button. Let me zoom in and out on the overworld. You know, like, let me commission a road from here to here, and that would increase the strength of this and would increase my trade values and wealth and bargaining power. Give me more reasons to have barons and kings and queens. Like, allow me to do more with the diplomacy screen. Like, that's all the kind of stuff I want. Sure, above roads, deep roads, sky roads, die roads, by roads, guy roads. It's just a road with Guy Fieri's face on it. I'm here for the roads. Let's make pathways. Gay roads, bay roads, whatever roads. Mad Max Fury Road, also a road. That and tavern games. I don't know. I'm personally, I'm not against boats. I'm not as team boats as a lot of people, and I'm always a little bit amazed when I see just how team boats people are. Rocky Road is a pretty mid ice cream, but I take it. Like, if you're offering a scoop, I'll take one. Sure. It's pleasant. Like, you know, if you're sharing. But I think right now for me, like, when it comes to things that are like high up on my wish lists for Dwarf Fort, it's all just things that are already in the game, but not available in certain modes. Like, one of my highest things on the wish list for Dwarf Fortress is let me use a pickaxe and dig a fucking hole in adventure mode. Just let me do that. You don't even need to give me a way to refill it. Just let me take a pickaxe and dig a hole in adventure mode. Up, down, left, right, doesn't matter. Stairs, ramps, fucking, you name it. Let me smooth and fortify. Let me smooth and engrave in adventure mode. Like, I think, to me, all my biggest wishes are just, like, marrying the two modes together. Like, let me click on a scroll up here that takes a minute to load and pops up legends. Like, that kind of stuff. You love how it's included, but you'll never use it? You'll use it, I guarantee you, if they actually make it through their roadmap. One of these years. Yeah, you used to be able to make carpenter shops, but building in adventure mode is not back in yet. That's supposedly next after the cycle that we're currently on. Oh, is this outside? Ah, that makes sense. It's like, why aren't they going this way? It's because they're literally not in the burrow. Okay, so let's just go down to here for the burrow. Just expand this. Just do this instead. This one needs to be too high, though. Good stuff. Because I'm scared of that side. And zombies coming at me. So I need to put in pre-precautions. I mean, for me, like, the things that adventure mode needs is it needs to let you do the things that you expect it to be able to let you do. And when I say that, I mean, like, the stuff is in fort mode already that just makes sense to be in adventure mode. So it needs to let you build. It needs to let you dig. It needs to let you do more crafting than it does right now in a way that makes sense at a crafting shop, the way it does right now. And when you go to a town and a city, it needs to feel more alive. Like, it needs to convince the player that you're in a city. Whereas right now, like, people don't have schedules. They don't do anything outside of just, like, stand stationary. So if they get it to the point where cities feel alive and people move around more organically, you could build, theoretically, build within city limits if you get permission. Probably go yell at the queen or something. And they make it possible to turn in quests. At that point, all you need is more quest variety, and adventure mode's an interesting game. Is it going to appeal to everybody? No. But, like, if you could build a big enough structure in adventure mode that it's fun to settle on, you've already made adventure mode interesting. Like, done. You've done the thing. Yeah, I mean, when I say that, when I talk about, like, wanting the stuff that's already in the game but exclusive to World Gen, I don't see any medals. It's just gems. I'm talking about, like, I want to be able to, like, I want the celebrations that are in adventure mode to be in fortress mode. Or in legends mode, sorry. Like, the parades, the festivals. I want a lot of the stuff that, like, mercenaries can do to be in fort mode. Like, I think that's, like, the good place to start. I think, like, this is the joy of Dwarf Fortress in many ways. But it's also, you know, your greatest strength is your greatest weakness. The greatest strength of Dwarf Fortress is that they're always adding new things to additional systems. But it's pretty rare that they go back and add stuff to old systems. But something that happened in the past few years is we've had a lot of additions and tweaks made to old systems. The Siege update is a really good example of that. Effectively, those are all systems that have just been in the game for a really long time that are now better, objectively, than they were before. Like, siege weapons, as an example. Marks dwarves, behaving in a way that makes sense to people, and otherwise, instead of having to, like, jury-rig them into working. The prehistoric animals update is also an example of, like, them adding to old things that have been in the game. There's now way more animals in the game. Magic, that's all new stuff. So I'm a little bit skeptical, but, like, excited. I'm always going to be more interested, or, like, the dies update, you know? Overcomplicating and, like, adding a very deep, interesting system that only a fraction of the player base will ever encounter or even pay attention to, but is still really interesting on its own right, I think is awesome, especially in a world where clothing degrades way slower now, so there's more reason to spend time digging into improving the value of your clothing. Like, that is a very interesting and cool change that's been made to the game. Yeah, well, I was within 48 hours. PB and jams. Although, I don't want to take full credit for this because Reddit probably helped with this too, but, like, it very quickly got several more contributors and the problems got fixed. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say, Spudkafis in YouTube chat, is that's what they've been doing for the past year. Like, that's what they've been doing for the past year. Is, like, bettering old systems piece by piece. You ran into a player the other day that was hardcore into dies the other day. It was cool. Well, that's neat. Your miner got a boo-boo from falling into the Great Mining's Magma Sea. That sounds like they are now gelatin. more mode. For me, it's more mode crossover and like general upgrades to pre-existing systems, which is why like when people talk about boats, I just kind of roll my eyes a little bit and say, but like there's so many other things that they could do. Like, don't give me boats. Just make dwarven highways more ubiquitous and make sense. Underground. Like dwarves tunneling to an island, to me, personally, makes more sense than dwarves building a boat. What, like... Why wouldn't you just fucking diggy tunnel? Why need boat? Faster than wagons? My guy. What's faster than dwarf foot? Underground. Dig. Way faster than stupid pesky boat. Like, that sounds like some human propaganda for humans. You know, like, the humans would have boats. And, like, it would make sense that if you park on a beach and set up your fort, that the humans show up from the ocean in a boat, pull up onto the shore, unload their wagon, trundle up to your trade depot and trade, and then head back. And then trundle off. Like, that would make sense. But, like, why would dwarves want to... I want a boat in adventure mode. Like, let me take 4 logs and some rope reed and knap together a boat. Like, or a raft to float across a deep river. Like, that would make sense to me. But, like, why would I want that in fort mode? Maybe it's like the difference, Moreb, between like, you know, when they can get to your trading depot and when they can't. It's like they'll still come trade with you. The wagons just won't show up, so they'll bring way less stuff. Maybe if you're like near a human faction with a port and you have access to water, they'll just bring way more stuff if you have a port depot. Boats to cross aquifers? Now we're getting silly. I'm just kind of so it's Monster Hunter with the cats. You know how when you go on water in Monster Hunter, the cat just pulls out like a floaty and floats across the water? I'm just imagining that. I'm gonna just turn on my fan. It's a little sweaty in here. 2 seconds. Floaties for dwarves. Yeah, damn right. It's like an emergency inflation thingy in your shield, and now we're getting silly. Although floating dwarves or floating armor sounds like a spell that a wizard should have. No joke. Like, it's buoyant dwarves. What is this spell? Mass buoyancy. What does it do? Adds buoyancy. What does that do? Make dwarf buoyant. Okay, what the fuck am I doing? By a collision out at sea? Yeah. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm gonna make some doors. Let's make them out of claystone, because why not? And I'm gonna dig doing over here. It's gonna go down to layer 0. And up here, I'm going to make a mechanic. I'm going to say rock mechanisms. Actually, don't really care what material they make them out of as long as they make them. That duckling looks so weird on that log next to a bug. The dwarves jettison and deploy floaties. Like, they just inflate. They just become like puffer fish and float. This is very serious discussion we're having, chat.
Crypt arrive, hey ho Crypty, how's it dwarfing?
Hey, it's Dwarfin. Rolf, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for swinging by today. Magma submarine made out of quartzite. I could build that right now. Bet. You want to know what's crazy, though, Silver Seth in YouTube chat? Snakes can still stand up. Also, I have a feeling Lytast is about to die here. So that... Oh, maybe not. No, you got this. You're just learning some wrestling. Get him, Dorfus! Punch it! Punch it better! Punch it harder! I don't see any dwarf blood, so that's good. Get him, boys! Or don't. Literally just need one dwarf to show up with an axe. Does anybody have an axe? No. Well, the good news is we're learning to stab. The bad news is we're not learning to stab enough. What if I throw, like, you into the squad briefly? Will you... Okay, they got it. It's fine. They're all so tired. Oh, no, you're injured. Well, that's not good. I guess I need to figure out where to put a hospital now. Do I want to go around here? Yeah, I kind of do. You, right here, are going to temporarily be a hospital. And I now need a chief medical dwarf who's going to be Bomrek. Who thankfully is not the one who's injured. Bald or balding Dorfus? Good thing you got them early enough that I hadn't started making hats. He is gripped by crippling shyness after having no shirt in 258. That's very funny. And he is a vulgar being who does not care a lick for the basic rules of civilized living. A excellent drill sergeant. He takes no pleasure in talents and appearance. That's why he's bald. And he has a noticeable lack of perseverance and tends to think before acting. And he doesn't handle stress well, but he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand and finds obligations confining, but he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he likes to take it easy. He doesn't often feel envious of others, and he's quick to anger. He is generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he idly chews his lips when he's bored. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, but grumbles mildly at shite weather. And dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, personally finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals, values a harmonious existence, and finds friendship burdensome. Sees war as a useful means to an end. He is broad and fat and has a long beard, which is neatly combed. His wife, Asab, is one of my metalsmiths, and he's got a bunch of passing acquaintances from the previous fort, as well as some friends who haven't made it here yet. But one friend who did. Welcome to the fortress, my dude. Okay, what do you need? Diagnosis is required. You should go diagnose patient. Oh, no, actually. You have the skill, but... Now you should go diagnose patient. You're now going to go clean patient. Which probably means... I need a water fill zone. Oh, never mind. It's frozen. I guess it is midwinter. So now we should be able to water the patient. I mean, clean the patient. The other thing Tarn used to talk about in the same breath with boats was moving fortress parts, elevators, and rooms. You can lower as a piece into water like a cofferdam, which would be awesome for engineering. Oh no, there's like lots of things that Tarn has talked about with that stuff that I think would be awesome for the game. But like, doesn't change the fact that I worry about how it would play once implemented. You need cleaning. Just kind of microwing this. There you go. Go do surgery. Still need dressing and cleaning. Now you're gonna go and clean patient, apparently. As you just need cleaning, sutures, and then setting and dressing. I know Tarn has mentioned in interviews that I've done with him before about the notion of pile zones. So right now we have infinite stockpiles, right? But like, what if there was a maybe slightly less efficient but way less silly to set up version of that to just put stuff in a pile? It's something that Tarn has talked about. It'd be cool. Also, I was saying this before recently. This was when I was playing Mortal Sludge, but like, it would also be really neat if we could stitch multiple minecarts together in like a chain, so you can have a minecart train. So instead of just having like one minecart, you could have like 10 minecarts in a row, and then like maybe have some way for a dwarf to power the first one, so a dwarf can control it. Basically, I want trains. And then also, I could fire 50 minecarts at the baddie instead of just one. Be a giant murder noodle. Add a steam engine? But here's the thing. It doesn't need to be a steam engine because we're getting magic. So it could just be, I was going to say a magic propeller, but that sounds way too literal. It could just be like the magic of movement or something. The magic of speed. Anyway, you have discovered an expansive cavern deep underground, and I found gold opal, apparently. Also, laminite. Excellent. That's actually what I was looking for, is that. Did I find more aquifer? That's the other question. No. Well, that's good. Let's just auto that. It's also in rock salt. Is there any more? There's diorite and then schist. It's gold opal clusters. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, it makes sense why people see them as cheating. I don't personally consider them cheating myself, but... Sorry, there was a fender bender in front of my apartment just now, and I was like, what the shit? I just heard scream, thunk. Very minor. Maybe paint damage? Maybe. Oh my god, if we... God, that's just such a funny pitch. So Spaguffus in... I don't know how to say your name, I'm sorry. In YouTube chat says, trap the souls of your angry dead dwarves into your murder carts to animate them. Okay, but, like, what about this? What if, like, because in the last Future of the Fortress, Tard talks about how he wants there to be more different types of ghosts that can have more different effects and not all of them necessarily negative. What if there's, like, an ultra extreme negative ghost that just, like, possesses a piece of furniture? And you could just, like, have a ghost possess, like, the idea of this would be to, like, put the souls of your dwarves into statues to have, like, your own golems or something, right? But, like, they could, like, possess a book. And then we have the original variant of Von Galactic in game. Or, like, they could possess, like a minecart, and then the minecart just goes impossibly fast. I mean, poltergeists exist in Dwarf Fortress, but they, like, steal items and throw things. And there's also the dwarves that can, like, punch and batter and hurt and injure. Like, if you want to see ghosts at full effect, watch my video on ghosts. I do have a video on ghosts. They are mean. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Kinda tempted to just make this into a giant, maybe not giant, but like a necropolis of industry. Don't worry about satisfying every need, Raw Gaming, 1460. And good enough is good enough, I guess. Like, not every dwarf needs a bedroom. Is it better if they do? Yeah. Do they need them? They'll be okay. Like, not every dwarf needs to be completely satisfied all the time. Most dwarves will just be, they'll be okay. As always, mimics. I have a love-hate relationship with mimics, but I get you. I mean, just imagine a werecoffer. As opposed to a were-sneezer. You got 150 bedrooms? Oh, yeah, well, I mean, like, any advice... always dig deeper. When you're bored, it's time to start a new fort in the same world, in the same faction. And, I don't know, chat, what's your advice for somebody who's reached 100 plus dwarves for the first time? Yeah, you don't have to keep them busy. Also, like, read descriptions. Make sure you have main characters, you know? A main character would be a dwarf or a group of dwarves that are memorable to you for some reason, and they can, like, well, I would give them nicknames and treat them like the dwarves that are going on the adventure with the hobbits in The Hobbit. You know, some of them you know real well, some of them you don't know super well, and then in the end there's a big battle and you don't know any of them, but a lot of people die apparently. And that's kind of how Dwarf Fortress is for me. Like my expedition leader, who is you, Ral. Would never pissed up a chance for a good fist fight and rarely tries to assert herself in conversation. She's the boxer. So I'll remember her name, because she never passes up the chance for a good fist fight. Made the first 7 dwarves the leaders of the fortress. That'll do it. Yeah. Just remember them, give them specific bedrooms, keep them happy in some way. And it'll just go to here, I think. Take the dwarf descriptions and plug them into Google to generate images and Forgotten Beasts too. I don't know if I personally agree with that, but whatever makes you happy, I suppose. I would say, like, telling stories to friends or acquaintances on the internet is also a good thing. Like, if you discover something weird that you think is weird, go share it on a Discord or on a forum somewhere. Tell people your stories, because that's kind of what makes this game valuable. Like, the strength of Dwarf Fortress in some ways is this one negative Steam review that I always go back to because I think it's very funny for ways that'll make sense in a minute, hopefully, which is Dwarf Fortress is one of the great, it might not be the best video game ever made, but it is one of the greatest fantasy Mad Lib simulators of all time. Whereas it's just here's a pile of prompts, and it's up to you to fill in the blanks. And if you can fill in the blanks, you will have a great time with this game. Also, it's kind of a god game, and like running out of dwarves is just like a continue button. It's not like game over, really. Like, everybody dying isn't failure. Like, in some cases, that can be the intended outcome. And being an evil god is like encouraged in god games. And so if you treat Dwarf Fortress as a god game where you're an omnipotent being, meddle. Have a good time. Was that negative? Oh yeah, it was like 4 paragraphs long, and that was their conclusion. Was that they don't recommend it because it's not a good video game. Stone warping has been fixed. The only warping that happens is when you're following people, which is a little odd, because that didn't happen before. But hopefully that gets fixed. Missile off. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. For 6 months. Welcome back. It's one of, if not one of the primary purposes of DF.
Schmovement.
Schmovement? Gotcha. Time to bitch about some coal. How you doing, Dave? It's good to see you. You wish that there was more friends willing to get interested in your DF stories? Allow me to tell you about Reddit. Or, like, my Discord server. There are people that want to talk about your nerdy Dwarf Fort stories. Or, like, I don't know, go hang out with people who play D&D. It's just like D&D, but you don't need friends. What are you fighting with? Cave crocodile. Oh, well... That's not a cave crocodile, that's a troll, but... Yeah, it throws me off because I don't expect it still. But, I don't know. I am liking it. You know, it's one of the reasons that Dwarf Fortress isn't that verbose. Baron Balloon? Like, Dwarf Fortress is pretty, like... not slim on the details, necessarily, but Dwarf Fortress doesn't care about the details because it doesn't need to. Like, care too much about the details. Like, it cares about the details, but it doesn't need to be ultra-specific about everything. Which allows it to be a little bit more loose. Which lets you fill in the gaps. You have a good night, Idle. Just specific enough about the right things. Certainly. Something like that, yeah. Still accidentally double-clicking because... clicking on adding a stockpile now doesn't pop up an extra menu that I'm expecting. I don't know why I'm filling these in with metal ore, but that's what I'm doing. Oh my word. There's kind of a lot of that down there. So because it's in the graphics layer and it's just inserting an extra frame into the graphics layer, I don't have a top-of-the-line current generation graphics card, Dave Danger the Warlock. But it's still a 3070. And I think, I don't know, it's because the game, did I not change the frame rate? I thought I did. I thought I set it down to 60. Maybe I forgot to hit, maybe I canceled it. I guess I forgot to confirm it. Anyway, me running, do I have to press enter? What am I doing wrong? Me running the game, it's 80 frames a second or 70 frames a second. There we go. Is inserting like 1 frame per dwarf per movement, which is like maybe 120 frames or so with a full fort. I think my graphics card can handle it. I know that in larger sprites, I saw some screen tearing when I was testing this the other day, but like, that's it. Like, the only thing I've seen is like some like random tearing and stuff. Raw Gaming 1460. Thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. Appreciate you, man. The brand new sub. I do get 70% of that, so thank you very much for that. I've lost a couple monthly paying subscribers, mostly because I think people are just being frugal, which is probably smart. So it means a lot that helping keep those numbers up. Appreciate it. To here and say bed. Let's make 20 more beds and get rid of that. As these dwarves run around down in here in this mess of a mess. Let's brew some drink from plant and also go down to the caverns and start farming. The question is, where in the caverns do I want to farm? Upper level, lower level, backer level. Maybe over here. Dirt road. You telling me I can't? No, that's annoying. That's annoying. Okay, fine. I'll do this the manual way then. Do you think it would be a neat idea to have the graphics of DF as a stop-motion puppets like Jim Henson backgrounds? I don't have any idea what that would look like. So, because I want, like, evenly shaped farm fields, and there's things that are going to be in the way of it. Cereza. I have no idea what that would look like, so I have no idea what I would think of that. Volkov. No, Smooth Movement is a DF hack plugin, third-party thing. I would really like if people would pester the developers to add it into the game as a vanilla feature, even if it's possible to be enabled and disabled periodically. But currently, that's not the case. So this is just a DF hack plugin. But in order to use it, you have to download that. on clay. Okay. So let's just do this and this. I don't suggest mods. Anything that you think you want to use is what I suggest. Mods are entirely up to personal taste. My only suggestion is that before you mod the game, you learn the game enough that you know what you want and why you want it. So let's just do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. And then on this one, we'll throw in quarry bushes or something. Food. Let's go seeds and say plump. Rock nuts. Dimple cups, cave wheat, sweet pods. Set that to 0. Jump up to here and then go up to here and then say, yo, don't put seeds up here. We'll sort the rest of those out later. Clicked sweet potato seeds? I don't think that's true. But I'll check. Oh, you're right. Good call. I mean, I knew that. I was testing you. I was well aware of what I was clicking on. And not misclicking like a big oaf. I did say sweet pods, but no, sweet pods are these guys. They're used for making hard liquor. You guys have toes? That's crazy, Eric. I just learned so much about my audience. I didn't know you guys were a bunch of toe havers. It's a wild revelation for me. I don't know what I'm going to do with this information. My entire worldview and outlook on life has changed knowing that you have toes. Sorry, just me bullshitting faster than I can figure out how to follow it up. Followed by Eric being like, yep, we grow them on trees. Uh-huh. Right. Of course you do. I mean, what else would you do? Oopsies. Someone was asking earlier why I don't really use blueprints. It's because I just use the order of digging, like this stuff, to decide what order they dig stuff. I don't really use blueprints because I could set this all as a blueprint, but I'd rather they just kind of slowly get it all done, one thing at a time, instead of just wasting a bunch of time and then having to go back and permit it later. What I think is not, gross. What I think is kind of gross about the feather trees and their eggs is the fact that sometimes you'll trade with elves and they'll just be covered in feather tree egg yolks for no real discernible reason. Like, it's just kind of like, ugh. What the fuck? Why? You were so proud to make a pond and see how wildlife came to it, like dragonflies and frogs. That's cool. It's a nice exfoliant. Yeah, they use it as moisturizer. Yeah, wait, are you saying that they sleep in feather tree egg yolk baths? Like that one episode of Star Trek and also Shrek? Two completely unrelated things? Sitting in a mud bath? Elves don't believe in fire and eat the eggs raw. Don't you know? I mean, that's called headcanon. That's not really propaganda. It's literally the intro to Shrek. Somebody just held on their horn at the corner up the street from me for like a solid 30 seconds. I didn't hear any crunch this time, though. There's something in the water. Drivers are acting weird outside today. This is going to be my first office. And also, lever room. This office is going to be assigned to my manager, because they're also my broker. I don't think they make syrup, but they do make yolks. Actually, that makes me wonder, can dwarves harvest the feather tree eggs? Because I know they couldn't before the dye update, but I almost wonder if like you can get feather tree eggs now. That'd be kind of crazy if you could. Are you wild? Why is there camels in my fort? I don't like the camels in my fort. Get out of my fort, camel! There you go. I told you. You're not gonna live here, Mr. Camel. And you, Is that a goatsy but with oats? Wrath of Seth? I feel like you asked that earlier today, but maybe I'm crazy, Cal. Yes, the only thing that happens now is there's a little bit of stuttering when you follow a specific dwarf. Okay, so now that's done. Then you are hooked up to this. My dwarves are still spending all of their time outside. I think it might be time to queue up some metal mugs. Because you have iron. Iron goblets. Let's just do 3. Should be 9, that's plenty. Those are Drothlas. These guys? Never thought of them as like axe tools, but But they're essentially like... I used to always describe Droflas as like a lion, a horse that lives in the caverns, because they were described as having manes. Large, long-bodied grazers with a thick mane that feeds on the tops of tower cap mushrooms deep under the earth. They're kind of like cave horses, basically. They're like a giant elephant guy, but the trunk is short. I don't even know if that's really a trunk. I mean, I'm saying Drofla, but that's just how I've always said it. It's also a word that doesn't exist, so if I sometimes misspeak, then it wouldn't surprise me too much. No thank you, enemy. I might make them into burgers every once in a while, though. They're definitely one of the cooler cave critters, that's for sure. You make charcoal when the amount of refined coal is less than 30. And let's do 20. And 20. They're like a bison, basically. It's like it's a large horse. They're not that much bigger than horses. They're like a large grazer. So they're like cave bison. They're pretty docile. I mean, sometimes dwarves will get into fights with them, but it's pretty infrequent. Like, they're relatively harmless. They're catchable and easily usable as livestock. They give good amounts of leather and stuff. They're your favorite. I really like... Oh, man. I'm blanking on the name of them. Chat, help me out here with some Dwarf Fortress names. The creatures that live in the caves that are like white-ish and have like almost hammerhead shark heads. Not Drothlas, the other one. They usually live in the second and third cavern layers. Because those are my favorites. Of the cave creatures, anyway. Not cave ogres. Not Gorlaks. Gorlaks are yellow, not blue. Not Reachers. Not Olms. Ruthrers. YouTube chat got it. 10 points for YubTub chat. Congratulations. You're the favorite child for the next 90 seconds. I don't know what you're going to do with that privilege. I also really like Jabberers. Jabberers are pretty great. Like giant murder chickens. Maybe dodos, even. Doesn't look like a hammerhead shark, though. I don't know, they're kind of that shape. Neither do Gorlaks, though, and somebody said Gorlak. I'll tell you what I don't like. Crundles. All Crundles must burn. Set the Crundles on fire. Send the Crundles to hell. The actual vilest force of darkness, and the one true evil force in Dwarf Fortress. I think there's a D for Dwarf post on the Dwarf Fortress wiki somewhere about how Crundles are the true supreme evil. They're just very bad at it. Or like fuzzy crocodiles? Sure. I would not be against post-Magic update there being like a 1 in a million chance for like the Dark Lord of the Universe, evil, his prehistoric figure to just be a Crundle. It's like the immortal arch wizard of eternity being a Crundle. You know? Like I'd be so down. Always try. If I could fully tame them, then sure. The fact that I can't, I don't. Or a gremlin, sure. Crundles are funnier, though. We're in an ad break, so I will pause until ad break donezo. It's just that, yeah, except it's like blue instead of red, and it walks backwards. It's just, okay, so you know tall Mario, like tall, thin Mario being cursed? It's that, but a Crundle. That's like Jar Jar Binks being every Snoke theory that was popular. Sure. I mean, it would have to undulate rhythmically. And all of its foes are smeared out into a spiral. So, at one point during one of the interviews I did with Tarn, we really need to do another one of those at some point. There was a question that somebody from the audience asked, like, where did the term smeared out into a spiral come from? Like, why is that a thing? Like, why could, like, a thing in the description of things be smeared out into a spiral? Like, it's such a weirdly over-the-top violent thing that really is just a little goofy. I'm actually going to leave these upstairs. I just changed my mind. That should be the result of a spell. Like, they need to add smeared out into a spiral into... And Tarn couldn't remember. He was like, I don't know. We just added a bunch of words, basically. Smeared out into a spiral should be like the effect of some sort of magic thing. Like when you click on them and like look at the combat log, it's like so-and-so ripped off the arm and using force, it was smeared into a spiral or something. Considering it predates Caves of Cud having descriptions, yeah. Also, there should be some sort of spell that forces dwarves to undulate rhythmically. Get out of here, you camel. The amount of... I think that Jinji Ito has been referenced more times in my chat today than ever in my channel's history. Oh, look, we got an army of Om people. I love their little feet. I never noticed their little feet. But they have tiny little feet. Now, before people are like, oh no, Cave Invaders have been redone. No, they haven't. This is just the way they've always been. There's just little clusters of them very infrequently. They've always existed that way. They're just back to the way they were before. They're just very uncommon. I should add a Jinji Ito tax to my chat, so every single time somebody says Jinji Ito, they, by law, have to subscribe. And I'll get to 100,000 subscribers on YouTube real quick. Speaking of, I'm actually mildly curious, where am I? I mean, obviously I'm in Canada in my chair in my office, but... where am I? Oh, this is where we're at. That's how many more subscribers we need to hit 100K. I only need like 1,948. Then go ask your mom to subscribe. Virtual Coda. And if your mom's already subscribed, which I expect she probably is, then go ask your dad. And if your dad's already subscribed, then go log onto your sister's laptop and subscribe. That's what I'm asking. It's like the go grab your parents' credit card joke. This is what this is like. You did your part. Appreciate it. No, I don't need you to subscribe twice or do more. I'm just excited. That's all. Radolf of Hermes, thank you very much for the 5 memberships. Appreciate you, man. Jack, can I get a round of beers? We just got a gift back of 5 YouTube membies. So thanks for that, mate. And big shout outs to 200 of you watching on YouTube, by the way. It's very kind. I have no idea how many are on Twitch today. Haven't looked. Looking now, because I'm curious. 207 on Twitch. Thank you much. For the new fort. 237 says 207 on my screen. I'll believe you, though. Won't translate well into anime or any other medium? Oh, no, I mean, like, oh, geez, what was the... Shigarashi? When they sleep or whatever? Or is it Higurashi? It's Higurashi, I think. I read, like, the first 20 volumes of that or something. And I have this very, very fond memory. Much more fond for me than my little sister, by the way, which will make sense in a minute. Where I was reading that manga, and my little sister was, like, trying to steal the manga that I was reading. I was like, here, you can have these. I gave her the first 10 copies because I had it out from the library. And she was like, okay. And then she read the first volume and then dropped it off in my bedroom when she was heading to bed. She's like, I didn't like that very much, but I want the next book. And so I gave her the next book and then snuck up there like an hour later and could see that she was still awake reading and started scratching on her door frame. I got yelled at the next day, but it was worth it. Worth it. On your giant yellow garden spider, she caught a cicada and has laid a second egg sac, 500 to 1,500 eggs. It took me too long to realize that you're not talking about Dwarf Fortress. Also, Pie in the Sky, thank you for the $1. You didn't have to do that, but appreciate it. Cheers, dude. Diabolical? Dude, that was maybe my peak Big Brother moment. And I don't mean Big Brother like the TV show or like the concept of Big Brother. I mean like being the older sibling. That was my peak moment. Like it was never getting better than that. Darren has a spider in his garden that's like this big. He posted a photo of it on Discord. They're cool looking. Little sister, how dare you? I don't know. She was stealing my books after I read them, but she was stealing my books. It's worth it. That was the same era when I was sneaking upstairs to plug the internet in so that I could go on my laptop at night. I am super duper overworking these dwarves at the minute. Worth it though. Drinking out of iron goblets, sleeping in a dormitory, slowly making the first few bedrooms. Your first dwarven siege? Ooh. Dwarves are dangerous because of the martial trances, man. Going to war with dwarves a couple times will make you respect just how mean martial trances are. Used to make your little brother think Hero Brian was real and make him think our Minecraft worlds were haunted. Oh. I mean, like, that's kind of why, like, haunted cartridge stories exist, right? Sure. I mean, I literally had that discussion with one of them the other day. Could I text them and be like, hey, add this thing? And they'll be like, yep, sure, we'll think about it. What result do you think that would have? There was that one time that Tarn sent me a DM and was like, hey, I can't think of anything. What are some quality of life changes that we should add? And I was like, tell me what guild halls are needed in the list, please. And also this, being able to see the number attached to it. I'm trying to think what else I asked Tarn to add. I could actually go through the list. It's a while ago. This was like sometime last year. My greatest achievement was informing Tarn that all vampires are blue during a live stream. I kind of feel bad, though. Don't. It's fucked. That's my tip. XL. You basically have to keep the jelly in its own stockpile specifically. So when Dwarf Fortress launched on Steam, there was a bug, Baron Balloon, where all vampires, regardless of if they'd been discovered or not, were blue. They just looked like zombies. So if you saw a blue dwarf and they weren't addressed as a zombie, they were a vampire. And that bug was in the game for like a year and a half. And then and I mentioned it to Tarn a couple times, like, why are vampires blue? And he goes, yeah. Like, just didn't like clock what I was saying. And then at one point on live stream, I was like, is that intentional? And he was like, what? Like, they just never found a vampire in their testing, so they just never noticed. Why are vampires blue? You find RimWorld complicated, Dwarf Fortress is intimidating. Any tips for a beginner? Dwarf Fortress is like Stardew Valley. It's a vibey chill game. There's a lot to learn, but the game itself isn't particularly difficult. As long as you're not settling on a map where you're going to get attacked immediately, as long as you have, which is most maps, by the way, as long as you have food, drink, meaning alcohol, and a place for dwarves to sleep, you'll be totally fine. On the YouTube channel that you're watching this live stream on right now, I have a tutorial, which I uploaded a few days ago, which I'll walk you through the basics. Watch that once. It's nowhere near as bad as people say it is, difficulty-wise. There's a lot to learn, for sure, but it's not a hard game. RimWorld is a hard game. Dwarf Fortress is just a game with a lot of depth. It's kind of two different things. The difficulty is just simply learning what you have to do and how you have to do it. Once you know that, like, it's not even the UI necessarily. I mean, maybe that's part of it, but it's just trying to figure out like how the game communicates information and what information is important. Once you've got that down, it's not that bad. Do you want to know something that'll blow your mind? You know it says that when you hover over them. Without hovering over them? I don't wish that was default, because all it does is change the sprite. And most of my keys are rebound. So... No, I know what mod you're talking about. But it literally just edits the PNGs. But I don't like a lot of the default hotkeys. You wish it was a toggle then? Only if it wasn't the way that mod works. Because I don't like the way that mod works. Because it's like not relevant to any of my like hotkeys at this point. Outside the ones I don't use. Which is why I always have to stop and think when people ask me what the hotkeys are, because I'm like, oh shit, they're probably using the defaults. You like the bedrooms I'm building? This is a pretty consistent style. Sometimes I do them in 6s. Usually what ends up happening then as well is I do one floor down and one floor up, but I think the floor down is an aquifer. No, it's not. So I could go into here and do like this. I could do like that, do that, do that, do that, do that, do that, do that. Bedrooms. Do that. One up there, and then I can go down into here and just do this. of rebinding hotkeys, just to be quite honest. Oh, that's fair. You just adapt, yeah. Well, I mean, the first build of Dwarf Fortress defaulted the zooming up and zooming down inverted. So scrolling up goes up towards the sky, and scrolling down goes down towards the earth. But the default was scrolling up goes down into the earth, like forwards, and scrolling back would scroll you out. And it took me like 40 minutes of being really pissed off at it to just go rebind it. What's funny is, like, Zach and Tarn aren't even Mac users. Or Fortress has issues with non-English keyboards when it comes to keybinds. I've heard this, yeah. It's considered their own fine door, so they could theoretically. You probably won't see it super often, though. But a door is considered a piece of furniture which would technically add value to something. I'm just adding these dwarves in so that I can prioritize the ones that are a little bit less happy to have their own bedrooms. I love that the manager is easily the most pissed off dwarf. That's actually kind of funny. Just throw a bunch of chalk in there. Well, they don't just go chomp and eat the whole mushroom. That's like assuming that a monkey is tree size because they eat fruit that grows on trees. Like, I kind of see the logic there, but... Or like a horse is the size of a blade of grass because they eat grass. You have to be tall to get up there? Okay, point taken. That's how, you got me there. That's actually a pretty good point. Grassla climb. True, yes. Today is going to be another one of those forts where I go, oh fuck, I have to do something with all of this gypsum. Maybe I'll just make furniture out of it. I don't think they're climbers. In reality, I think they go around, like, in my headcanon, they, like, in reality, they just graze on grass like anything else. But in my headcanon, they've always, like, walked underneath it, and they, like, reach up and eat, like, the spores coming out of, like, the fungal gills or whatever those are called. Also, hey, Letteran. Good morning. That's how I've always envisioned it. Why do I have to steal my fortress from Armok? Can't I just have it? It's mine. I made it. When did Armok get the deed of ownership? Sheesh. You know, can I say something about Dwarf Fortress headcanon? I mean, who am I kidding? Of course I can. I kind of don't like that they're depicting Armok. I don't hate it. But if I was them, I would get Zach to write something about how Armok has arrived and something or another in the world, because Zach used to write these little in-world like stories. I would love Zach to write an in-world story about Armok appearing in the world and like introducing himself as Armok, like interdimensional god or something, and then like right when the Myths and Magic update releases, that Armok just mysteriously explodes. And the world ends and regenerates. No depictable creature should be able to comprehend the evils and the grimness of Armok. And Arm is in fact not okay when you explode. Do they have to worry about upstairs neighbors? I mean, maybe if they're noisy. No, they don't, actually. So Armok is the god of blood. Duh. Armok is a entity from Zack and Tarn's original game, which was Slaves to Armok, God of Blood. And Slaves to Armok, God of Blood looked like... Google's Slaves to Armok. Well, first off, this is the very, very, very modern website that you use to download it. And then if I go to... is it features, maybe? Links? Nope. The future? Combat? No. What's new? I thought that there was screenshots on yours. Anyways, it got an update August 8th, 2006. Because they've been secretly working on adventure mode inside of Chapter 2 Dwarf Fortress. And now that dwarves have been released, this will be the natural continuation of Armok. See you over there. Yeah. Anyway, so that's what Armok is. But Armok is a in-game or a reference to their previous game, which is Drag Slay, where there was a check which was arm okay. So if you got an injury on your arm, arm not okay. But if your arm okay, then arm okay. And Armok is arm okay. It's the check to see if you got a bicep injury. Let me see if I can find those screenshots. This is it. This is a very classic internet screenshot of Slaves to Armok, God of Blood. And I think that's supposed to be a cat person doing a handstand. I think that's what that is. Kind of a Trogdor short of being? Yeah, true, yeah. Also, speaking of weird games, there's this game that I bought and played 15 minutes of that I might stream some of tomorrow. Because tomorrow I'm going to stream longer than I'm going to today. But Devil's Spire Falls is a 100 by 100 randomly generated open world dungeon crawler RPG thing that might actually be what Armok could have been in some weird ways. It's physics-based. It's got a fucking weird magic system. It's nonsensical. It makes no sense. It's buggy as shit. Barely works. But, like... And you know what's even better? Is Devil's Spire Falls is a sequel to Devil's Spire, which is a much more straightforward dungeon crawler. Will there be a chapter 3? Maybe next lifetime, when we regenerate the world. Can I build a looping? IDK what that is. So anyways, that's what Armok is. And the community headcanon for a long time was that Armok is the player. Like, you are playing as Armok. First person. Kind of thing. Be like playing a Star Trek game where you play as Q, but you never actually appear in world. You know, I've been saying this for a minute, Clino. I really, really want a Bay 12 Games collection. Like, if they could find Drag Slay and package that with Liberal Crime Squad and, like... World War II medic, a build that functions of Slaves to Armok, and it'd be even better if you could get like the guys from who make the like 50 years of Atari game and the Gold Master collections, whatever that studio's called. Is it World War I medic? I thought it was World War II medic. Anyway, take as many of the games that they can find on old hard drives and make them playable. I'd be very happy for that. The only time it doesn't hold is when you follow something directly. They do this weird jumpy thing. That's literally it. And then sometimes it doesn't do the jumpy thing. But, like, that's the only issue. Aside from that, it kind of looks awesome. It's a little weird when they swap directions, though, because their hands switch. Like, it mirrors the sprites, right? So, like, when they change direction, you're going for the duck, aren't you? Yeah. Like, so they're suddenly, like, holding the pick in the wrong hand, which is a little weird, but that doesn't seem impossible to fix. Or Armok is the create new world button. Anyway, the reason I want them to kill that character that they're claiming is Armok is it would be a fun way to introduce false idols as a mechanic. What's funny is it didn't do that originally, Baron Balloon. Actually, hold on. Let me try something. Okay, that's weird. So I've enabled smooth camera, which basically decouples the camera from the grid. And now it kind of looks okay. Like, it doesn't look perfect, but it looks better. Because there's two different varieties for trapdoors. I think it's based on quality. Yeah, so like that looks a little better, but that's probably why that's a new issue. As I've said before, like this thing's open source, so if you want to go fuck with the code and see if you can fix it, be my guestus. I'm sure the developer won't care. I mean, the last version was 4 days ago, with a mini fix 3 days ago. I think this whole thing looks significantly better in adventure mode. Well, I mean, the whole reason this thing got posted initially was the person who was working on this was just vibe coding it together and posted on Reddit, like, looking for people to help because he didn't know what the fuck he was doing, which is honestly, like, the right way to approach vibe coding is, hey, I've sort of bashed together this fucked up mockup. Please help me fix it. He drops an anvil onto the just the next. Okay, so like this is Silver Seth in YouTube's final piece of headcanon for the Armok story. So false Armok is existing and ushering in the era of myths and magic, and then real Armok just drops an anvil on his head so the next world can start. Just an anvil appears out of fucking thin air, crushes him. Dies of like a massive head trauma. The world goes on. Let's see how my metal buzz is doing. Still smelting plenty of ore. Let's... Five. Went 5. Moonwalk, god of blood, has been found dead. Completely drained of blood. Oopsies. I mean, Armok is not okay. That or developer writes himself into game, changes piece of code, ARM, not okay. I mean, unfortunately, you can spell Armok without anvil and vice versa, so... Who have no idea how to make it independently is actually pretty cool despite the obvious drawbacks. I mean, there's a lot of drawbacks of vibe coding, but if you're trying to vibe code a product without having somebody look at it, that's fucking stupid. If you're trying to vibe code a creative work and pass it off as creative work, I squint at you unless it's just something weird that you're sharing with your friends. But when was the last time you read a document that hasn't had spell check run through it? Like, that's... like, as the technology gets more mature and capable of running on more and more systems, that's more and more the direction I lean. To me, it's exposed. It's important to disclose if it's used primarily for programming, because and I feel completely differently about using an agent to help program than I do about generating art. Those two things do not equal. Like, if you use an agent to help program something for a prototype to give to a real programmer, that's totally fine as far as I'm concerned. If you, like, are making, like, a creative project and you use Suno to generate your music, you're a dipshit. I don't disagree, but a lot of amateur programming, Moreb, is going to Stack Overflow and copy pasting. I don't see this as that different, personally. It's just an automated version of copy pasting. High speed. I mean, I've done very little programming in the last decade. All of the programming I've done in the last decade has been going to Stack Overflow, reading a bit, and then copy pasting. But when it comes to, like, trying to sell something or use something as a product that mass people will use, you should try and remove as much of that code as possible. I'm still against data centers because most of those models are light enough that you could run them on a, like, average computer. That definitely reads like something not localhost would say. That's actually really funny, Clarkin. It's like, Stack Overflow is a much nicer place now that people move to LLMs first. Questions are better even if traffic is lower. Yeah, that makes sense. I could see that. That's actually a really funny thing. I hadn't thought about that. I think everybody has their own slightly different ideas, Silver Seth. I just think that the problem is a lot of slop isn't worth producing and isn't worth the cost. Is like the actual issue. Like, it's technology like anything else, and the technology in and of itself isn't the issue. The issue is how it's propping up entire economies and inflating businesses more than they're valued and jammed into places where it doesn't need to be. Like Google Earth. Why am I here? How did I get here? But like, I don't know, someone wants to prototype something. Most prototypes suck. It's the definition of a prototype. Like, my dad once told me about a product that was made, and the prototype that they got, like, because my dad used to work in a factory that did injection molding. Got a Marksdorf visiting. And while he was working there, they would get prototypes and pitches and stuff. And it was not uncommon for them to be made out of cardboard. Now they're usually 3D printed. Yeah, I've got a little army of gnome people. So, you know how I've been commenting that I'm hearing people honking their horns? I think there might be a protest up the street. I happen to live really close to a federal government building. And every now and again, there's like a random protest that gets a license for like 2 hours, and it's just honking constantly, and I keep hearing periodic honks. So I think that's kind of what it sounds like. Protest against quietness? Well, I mean, that's the cars. The protest itself is fine. It's usually like half a dozen like elementary school students. In this part of town, anyway. Okay, it having plane flight's kind of cool, though, Sable MP. No, there was a hot minute there where you could just generate images in Google Earth. So, like, you could just go to New York City and be like, put a nuclear crater in the middle of New York City. Boop, you have New York City with a nuclear crater in the middle of it. They took it out of Google Earth, like the downloadable desktop app, in like less than a day. Because it was like, hey, free propaganda generator. It is really funny. It's also very dark. Add Godzilla. Yeah, a lot of people were adding Godzilla to Tokyo. That one's funny, though. But, like, oh my god, the amount of, like, absurd false information you could generate with that thing in, like, minutes is just uncomfortable to think about. That's what I mean, like, the technology in and of itself isn't the problem. It's the implementations of it. Pretty abusable? Pretty abusable. I wonder if anybody zoomed out and said, make Earth into giant turtle. If not, Google needs to put that feature back for like 90 seconds so that I can do that. That's all. Or make Earth flat. Anyway. It's just turtles, man. Prove hollow Earth theory is real. What kind of turtle? I don't know. Something Discworld. Put Earth on the back of an intergalactic space whale. All right. Now that I've done that, I'm going to jump up to here. Grab you. So you go train. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 dwarves. It's too many, but train. Spear training time. That sounds like an April Fool's Day thing, Sable. But I don't know. April Fool's also doesn't work anymore because people think it's real. What's the point of zinc? It weighs 42 and sells for like nothing. It's the meaning of the universe. Obviously. Chat, what's the point of zinc? Make brass. There you go. Supplements. I mean, that's how you make a living on TikTok, right? But yeah, brass actually I think is the response. That's the melting point of zinc. Moreb. I think. Sounds like the melting point of zinc. Bars are down to 3. It's gonna take a little bit to get back up. Let's just cut down all U's. Okay, so because I've found a lot of ore, I'm just gonna do a little bit of additional diggeroonies. See where we end up. $40 megawatts seems like a lot of watts. Let's make 40 additional barrels. And see who's pissed. Why are you pissed? What do you need? You want to play? Okay. You want excitement? All right. You want to fight and eat a good meal, help somebody and be extravagant. What are you upset about? Annoyed at the lack of chairs. My guy. Oh, you're horrified after being attacked by the dead. Yeah, that'd do it. All right, well, I understand you now. I'm sorry. Sorry, Dwarfus. Let me see if I can widen. Oops, that's not the right material. This wall a little bit. Should run a 40 megawatt furnace for more resistance or circuits and 3 systems. You know, I don't even know what you're talking about, Clarkin, but you just reminded me of something for some reason, which is I was watching a YouTube video about like repairing electronics, and like the dude who was doing the electronics repair just like took a circuit board and stuck it into a microwave oven and just like cranked it up. And then, like, a little bit later, just took an empty circuit board out of it. And, yeah, never make a toaster strudel in that microwave oven, but very effective way to get a lot of solder out of a thing. He had, like, a little tray at the bottom to catch all of the solder. Is this an underground fort? I mean, I never make fully underground forts. I'm probably going to put the tavern on the surface. Just as an example. Well, I mean, that's why you put it on your patio, outside. Getting the dwarves to go help construct stuff. Well, I mean, I added that bit as an addendum onto the end when you mentioned that you love lead fumes, but I'm more of a fan of lead foom, which is foom is the best skill in Dungeon Mans. It's just, it makes all of your attack stats go up. Yeah, I mean, do they count as a tree? I want them to have a chance to attack dwarves as they walk past them. Like, wouldn't it be great to just have a tree that you could just station your military around and they'd get dodging practice? Just saying. Foom. I'd put umlauts, but I'm too lazy. Better? I mean, so bolt throwers are like rapid fire single target. Ballista take a much longer time to fire, but can cleave through groups. So one ballista bolt can kill many enemy, but you have to make sure that they hit. So Rith Castlefree wants to reside in Moonwalk for the purpose of eradicating monsters. You were a what? Marksdwarf? What do you think, chat? Was a legendary treasure hunter of the Corridor of Anguishing, and was a noted treasure hunter for the Equal Coalition, and was a preserver of the knowledge for the routed gears, and was angry after getting into an argument. I'll say yes. I don't even think you have any ammo. Oh, wow, she does. They almost always show up with no ammunition. Welcome, Rith Castlefree. Legendary Siege Engineer? Okay. Legendary Counselor. Has killed 3 goblins. I need a name for this dwarf. This is not an archer. This is a crossbow dwarf. Different skill. Is that it? That's a monster hunter that's competent? Seems like it. No. No. Something that would, like, suit the game. Bolter. That's what I'm going with. Eagle Eye could have worked, but... I could also very easily get used to smooth movement, but they really need to fix the issue where they jump like this. So like I've said all day today, if somebody could fix that, that would be cool. I will personally thank you in my chat if you fix that. Someone's going to fix that. They're going to fix it at some point, and then I'm going to be like, hey, who did that? And then everybody in chat's going to be like, I did. And I'll be like, oh, thank you. Please fix. Literally unplayable. It is Funky Cactus. Also, I need to test my Legends Viewer instance again, because I think that the last patch might actually have made Legends Viewer work again, but I need to test that, and I can't remember how to turn it back on, because it's been like a month and a bit since it stopped working, so I'd have to get it running again, so I have to like go through my notes. Just haven't had time. Because 2 patches ago, there was a thing that changed, like, some lines in Legends, and there was a line in the last update saying that Legends exports have been fixed, and it's like, oh. Maybe that was the issue. Legends Viewer is a third-party piece of software that just displays Legends better, which I post on my website sometimes. Sophidus. You could go Google it. It's just on GitHub. It basically just like takes the XML files from exporting Legends from Dwarf Fortress World Histories and makes it more legible. That's all it really does. It displays it nicely. Allows you to sort and search for things easier. But because I can host it server-side, headless, then I can update it at the end of every stream and chat can see if their dwarf's dead or not. It's kind of useful. It's handy, as they say. You could also play Astronauts. That's what I would do. Rather than playing Space Station 13 or 14. You use the hell out of the older versions. Legends Viewer next. Yeah. There's still some old the things about the older version that was like probably better in some ways, but it's good that it's been updated. Upcycled, if you will. And it got a bit of a glow up. It's a niche open source game that people have been playing for the better part of 20 years. Wawa? Of course they're going to be a little weird. It's like finding anybody who's still playing Command & Conquer Red Alert now. They're going to be a little weird. It's just why I'm a little weird. I've been playing Dwarf Fortress for too long. So accurate assessment is what I would say. Just a little weird. All of the SS13 players in chat are just like self-reporting. It's like, I'm a little weird, yes. And what of it? So this is expected. Now, the reason this is expected is because we've been around for 1 year. We should start getting migrants properly next year because this fortress started in midsummer, which throws off the first 2 guaranteed waves. And they just wanted cut gems, so I'm just going to cut gems. I think I'm going to make a temple, and I'm going to put it down here. Make a temple. We'll just make you to no particular deity for the time being. Meditate on murder. Damn right, that's my boy. All right, let's go back down here. Make this into a kitchen. Tisk. So we're just gonna do food, no seeds. Go over to this. Food, none. Sup, Rum Rusher? Yeah, the one thing that it does that's like fucky, Rum Rusher, is if you follow a dwarf right now, it does this. Because they also added a feature to make the camera decouple from the grid, which I kind of don't like. It feels like shitty Unity gamey. But it follows dwarves better. So if they could make it so that it doesn't like fail to load in the tiles until you move the camera over it, I wouldn't mind it so much, but the only real nitpick that I have is that they swap hands every time they change direction because it just mirrors the sprites. It's like maybe the most mod part of it. Most of the dwarves are unnamed because very few people have been redeeming it, but I have 1, 2 unnamed minors. So if you're cool with either a beardless or a bearded dwarf, I have 1 of each. So which one would you like? Vlike? Vlike. Rolling with it. You go to the internet and you download it. Sophis. It's just a piece of software. Then you just have to load up Legends, and then you export XML, and then you do full export using dfhack, and then you have it. Or you just simply follow the instructions on the GitHub. I kind of don't really agree with the reviews of Astra. Hobo Joe? At least from a new player, it's a lot of the things that people are complaining about you won't encounter until you get to late game. And they've put out a massive bug fix patch like yesterday. So I think that's just one of those games where people are just insanely harsh. Not with bad reason, but like you have to get very deep to encounter the weirdness. How about Joe? Sakzul is the one you would like. Okay. Beagle. Weagle. Weeble. Weagle. Bolt's Theater. The Bolt Theater. The performance of volleys. I don't know. We need alcohol. He is frequently sloppy and careless with every task he sets to carry out. So he's supposed to be mining the rock, and instead he's mining the back of his friend's head. He is extremely confident in himself in situation requiring his skills. Those are 2 bad traits to have side by side. Frustratingly sloppy and careless with every task he sets out, but extremely confident in himself in situations requiring his skills. He is sloppy with his living space and stingy with resources when working on projects, and refuses to expend any extra effort, but he's somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. I hate this dwarf with every fiber of my being. He likes to brawl and finds obligations confining, but he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He does not often feel lustful, occasionally overindulges. Thanks Christ, that means he's less likely to have children. He occasionally overindulges and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and can sometimes act without deliberation, and has a greedy streak. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and grumbles mildly at shite weather. It's like your evil twin, Beagle. It doesn't work in ASCII. It only works in the graphical layer. Rum Rusher. He personally respects the law and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes saltpeter and pig iron and rhyolite, as well as ocelot leather and platybelodon ivory, as well as two-humped camel parchment, leggings, traction benches, crowns, buckets, and chickens for their scratching. Giant elephants for their great weight. I don't think I've seen that one in a very long time, if ever. And when possible, prefers to consume custard apple cider and hates toads. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed, and his hair is clean shaven. He worships Id, which is not the god of murder, the god of minerals, metals, and fire. Okay, look at you, Mr. Edgy, not worshipping the god of murder like everybody else. What a weirdo. Welcome to the fort. Yeah, I don't think that the dwarves moving is like particularly like shitty Unity coded, but the unlocked camera just feels unnecessary. I don't know. Man, the words id Software make me kind of sad now. It's like they're just getting murdered by Microsoft, sort of. In an ad break, we'll pause. Yeah, you can unassign monster slayers from doing monster slaying. I think. Maybe you actually have to just like click on them. Labor locations, click on red X next to Monster Slayer. Now I'm like confused. What are you even talking about? What red X is you speaking of? Rodeo of Hermes? On the character. I wonder what that's tied to. But no, that's intended. I'd swear it was in the other menu originally. Oh, so like, hold on. Let me just do something real quick. Like this dwarf. Labor locations is a doctor, right? So this dwarf is a laborer at the hospital as a doctor. This dwarf is a monster hunter for the whole map, basically. So if I remove this, I don't think I can re-add it. But they'll stop hunting and drop their stuff. Yeah. Makes sense. I don't know. But you just can't reassign it after that. I have no idea what that is. Beagle. Oh, no, sorry, I play good games. So I've never really had any interest in playing Ark Survival Evolved. Janky trash. Let's just go here and say stone, dolomite, chalk, limestone. I don't think we actually have limestone. Put 2 of those there. Bring those down. Get that set up. It has its like hitches, Gaikarth, but it is really nice looking at a glance, which is I think what it needs to be. It looks kind of awesome in combat though. So they all just like eat themselves up here. Got some 2 new shields for dwarves. Gonna go off and get those. back up. Just need one more spear. But like, if I tell them to all go over here, like, there's something about that that I just love. Like, just, I don't know. Is there anything evil on the map that we can go stab? I guess there's these guys we could go fight, but they're all skilled. They'll actually win. Whereas, like, some of these dwarves are decently skilled, most of them aren't, so we'll just let them train a little bit. And we'll go kill the Olm people. Make steel spear. 4. Steel shield. 4. Because right now we just got steel bars just hanging out down in here. If I go up here at bars, we completely clicked out of that way too quick. Yeah, I got 6. We're getting somewhere. Now let's just go make us some booze. Let's tell you to brew drink from plant whenever drink is less than 40. I'm also going to move the still into here. I have too many dwarves and too few dwarves and too many jobs. That's the issue. Honestly, at this rate, that guy Karth, give it like a week worth of feedback and 1 or 2 more contributors, and most of the issues that I have with this will be gone. In fact, most of the initial issues I was having are gone already. It's like it's just the follow camera now that's a problem, really. And the fact that dwarves are like swapping being right-handed and left-handed because it just mirrors the sprites. But you don't have to turn on the sprite flipping. You can leave that off. The sprite flipping is neat. It just needs to, they need to figure out how to make it not. So a dwarf's dead. Checks out. I don't even know how that happened. Well then. Just go to you and say, pipe, cork. What's the name of the fort? It's I was gonna say Smooth Criminal. It's Moonwalk is the name of the fort. Because we be moonwalking. Get these dwarves back to work properly so that we have help. I could have called it Smooth Crimson, but Smooth Criminal isn't a word. I don't know. I didn't own a Sega Genesis. Wait, Smooth Criminal or Moonwalk? That sounds like an official Michael Jackson game, which I think there was one of those. That sounds right. It sounds like something somebody made at some point. On the SNES? Yeah, sounds right. Mega Drive is a Sega Genesis. Those are the same thing. Uh-oh. That's rotten. He saved children. Of course he did. From himself? Okay, so let's do that. And let's do that. Dwarves can swim. Just most dwarves don't know how. But you can teach your dwarves to swim, and it's a skill that they can learn. And then sometimes it just stops, which is very weird when that happens. You move the camera and it fixes itself. Coffin. Just walk on the floor underwater and tree cutting, or also it could have been a pond grabber. Could have been a bunch of different things. Because I didn't get like a collapsed on the surface. It was just appeared missing. And there's like no, like there's that log right there, but I don't know, there's some sort of weird shenanigans going on over here. You know what's weird? We might actually get GTA 6 before Myths and Magic. Depending on, like, what gets announced later this month. Huh. I want to reclaim my Dwarven Fortress, Baron Balloon. We don't know for sure yet, because something is being shown at Gamescom in a few weeks. But, like, no dates have been announced. GTA 6 at all feels wrong for some reason? There's a really interesting quote, which is going around. That was a Strauss Zelnick quote, who's the CEO of Take-Two, where he said that pre-orders for GTA 6 are incredible in so many words. Like, it's flying off the shelves. They can't keep it in stock, even though it's all digital, and it's crazy. But then, like, Jason Schreier was like, well, okay, so they're incredible, so why haven't you said what the number is? Like, how many copies exactly have you are in the pre-order? And his statement was, well, essentially boils down to the perceived value of a pre-order might actually be out of whack here because there's so many pre-orders. So to explain what that means, it's like, if there is a assumed assumption that you're going to sell X number of copies day one, but because it's such a high engagement game that people are so excited for, there's a chance that it just has an abnormally high number of pre-orders in comparison to any other game they've ever made. And if they were to do the normal math of like how many copies a game has sold, then it's possible that it could actually fudge up the numbers. Which I think is actually kind of nuts, if you think about it. Like, there's a chance that so many people have pre-ordered it that if they go by and so many people are pre-ordering it right away, that if they go by the normal math, it might actually overhype how many copies it's going to sell because just more people than normal are pre-ordering it. which is just kind of wild to me to think about. Like, I know that, like, GTA 6 is going to sell 1 million copies. Millions of copies. It's probably already sold millions of copies. The game's not even fucking out yet. I mean, I don't even play that type of game anymore, and I'm kind of excited. Just to see what it's like. Watch playthroughs and shit. But at the same time, the concept of, like, pre-orders are doing really well, but also we're not going to say what the number is because there's a chance that it might actually skew and overinflate the numbers is kind of insane. That and the other number that I want to know is how much money did Netflix pay for a 6-hour premiere exclusive for a trailer? Because that's like not something that happens in video games anymore. Like, remember when Spike TV used to get like exclusive trailers for video games? How you doing, Pig my dear? It's good to see you, man. If you have had a pleasant experience or thing that you learned that made you happy recently. Hold up. 2 things. My dough was an overachiever this week. And came out looking like that. It rose like twice as much as the one before it, and I was like flabbergasted. That made me happy. And I bought some acrylic paint and some molding clay, and then followed a YouTube tutorial and painted something for the first time in like 25 years. That was neat. There you go. It's 2 things. Get a bonus. Unfortunately, I have to die for it to have any value. No, it's just gonna live in my bathroom. That's what that is. I'll pull this body over here. It's also kind of nice watching the items slide like that. Even for items, like, it kind of looks nice. Damn. Uh-oh. It's kind of screwing up my seeds a little bit. Can we just please go get that? Please? Maybe I should just make this go all the way across. All the moving water is just a bunch of 1s and 2s. That's what I'm trying to do, is retrieve the corpse. It's not very successful so far, but that's what I'm trying. You saw this situation in Criminal Minds. Criminal Minds is such a funny show. Bearded Adonis, what are you doing? There you go. Pulled up a bunch of bones. Oh, cool. I watched a little bit of Criminal Minds at one point. It was because I was living somewhere at the time where it was just on TV a lot. Or just on the TV a lot. It was an entertaining show. Not great, not terrible. Why are you napping over there? Well, you finally got your axe, so that's good. Not a whole lot. Cutest ghost and yourself? What's up with you? You feel like it's almost an entirely new game? Especially once they fix this issue. But I don't disagree. I think this, like... You know, it's funny. We were talking about, like, influxes of new players and different games recently, or earlier today. This might be one of the few things that I think, or something like this in an official capacity, could theoretically be something that pushed a new audience to the game very quickly and suddenly. But it's also, like, existed for, what, 10 days? So that's a pretty good place to start, if you ask me. What are we storing in stockpiles? It's all wood. So you put 2 wheelbarrows in there. Really don't need all these dwarves doing the same task. Thank you for the $1. Beagle Weagle. Appreciate you, man. You know what? Fuck it. Go away. Can we please get Feb dealt with? Also, that's the first notification of money in 2 hours, by the way. So thank you very much for that. Feels wrong? It felt so wrong. It felt so right. Just get rid of this for a little bit. Let this drain out a little bit and flatten out. Are there any beardless smiths? I don't know. At least one. Although she's rusty, probably because of all the water. Would that cover it for you? The smoothing is a DF hack script. Smooth movement. You just disable smooth movement and it's off. So... And then the dwarves move the way they normally do again. So because it's just a DF hack script, like, you can just enable it and disable it at will. All right. Asob is now... Wah. You are married to Greg and then some. Don't tell him. He might be upset about that. She never is moved by the emotions of others and likes to present herself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. She is often sad and dejected and is confident under pressure. She has an active sense of humor, isn't given to flights of fancy, sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, is assertive, is a friendly individual, tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respect for martial prowess. She tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and sometimes can act without deliberation. When she's surprised, she has a very unique laugh and begins to talk in a hushed whisper when she's angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and is a hardened individual. It's your first stream with Smooth Movement. Well, welcome to the Smooth Movement Club. You want to know a surprise, cutest? This is mine too. She personally believes that the acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect. She values independence and doesn't feel strongly about laws. I just received a text from somebody I know, and I feel like it must be a slow day at work, because the text just says, "What would happen if I put a Sharpie in the microwave?" Oh boy. I just hear my phone go off. I just look at that and I'm like, that's such a wild thought that I have to say that out loud. Anyway, dreams of mastering a skill. I think it's against the law to put a Sharpie in the microwave, by the way. She likes malachite, trifle pewter, morganite, gray gibbon leather, short swords, leggings, quivers, bracelets, reindeer for their large herds, and the words of the amethyst sister. The amethyst sister. And the sight of the cyclopean glosses, and when possible, prefers to consume brown bullhead, dwarven wine, sorghum flour, and hates snails. What do snails do to you? They're just slowly traveling. You worship the god of murder. I will stop making jokes about the fact that your husband has then some in his name. And you're a militia dwarf and former militia dwarf of previous fortress. Do you have any kills? Nope. Welcome to the fort. Hates snails because the French like them and they're not allowed happiness. How you doing, cutest? Were you traveling recently or did you move? Because you were posting like pictures of not Texas. All right, so I need to change how I have this set up. This just ain't working. That guy, Car, thanks for the $5. Appreciate ya. Big thank you muches. Hey. Listen, I got something to say. What's going on? Seal food. Thanks for the 7 months. So fish? Trying to think, what do seals eat? I guess fish. Unless we're talking about the singer, songwriter, internationally award-winning performing artist Seal. He seems like a green smoothie kind of guy. Probably not super frequently, artificial idiot. He kisses the roses before putting them in the green smoothie. Yes. Tuning in from your bed after having your appendix removed 2 days ago. Well, congratulations, the Blue 11. So, Blue 11, a few days ago, weren't you in chat saying that you didn't feel so good? Or am I, like, hallucinating this? Blue 11 in YouTube chat successfully had an appendix removed, so, I would just say congrats on your divorce. Casual rip to the appendix. Hopefully they didn't rip the appendix. They're supposed to cleanly cut that wawa. That's like such a wildly non-invasive surgery now. Like, my mom has this big-ass scar from where she got her appendix removed, and, like, I had a friend who got his appendix removed when I was, like, in my teens, and he also had a big-ass scar, and now it's supposedly, like a centimeter. Like, they're real good at that these days. Turns out that's why. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better, presumably. Or in the process of soon to be feeling better. The Blue. When I think of appendixes getting taken out, for some reason, I just immediately think about Formula 1, because in, like, in the last 5 or 6 seasons, there's been, like, 4 drivers that have all missed a race due to getting their appendix out. It really says something about how old the drivers are. Maybe they should stop eating cherry pits. You got yours with 3 little incisions. It's better than, like, cutting your whole gut open. But glad to hear that you'll be able to heal up nicely, because you're definitely on the upswing at this point. Blue 11 in YouTube chat. I would say round of beers for that, but I don't think you want to be drinking while healing after surgery. Although, what do I know about getting your appendix out? Haha, we got the body out, speaking of. Look at that. Round of applause. Big congrats to the dwarves and the dwarfettes for completing the very dangerous action of pulling a corpse out of a puddle. That's a good emote, actually, Cross Fortune. That's a real good emote. I like that. Just a little castle falling over. Correct. Seal food. Let's get that deconstructed. Just gonna leave the wall up for the minute, though. You over here. Let's update equipment. And get them over here in training. Greg over here keeps getting into arguments. That seems less than ideal. Okay, so my manager is, like, pissed. Throw the manager into the militia for a little bit. Let you go train once you're done attending a meeting. So we're gonna go down here and attend this meeting. The outpost liaison has arrived. Trade sentiments are lukewarm, but they're not terrible, so I guess that's good. And they want cut gems. So I'll give them cut gems. And of course, the outpost liaison has re-arrivedeth. Okay, this is kind of nuts. Add that to the list of things I've never seen before in the Dwarf Fortith. That's kind of wild. So the outpost liaison came from my previous fort, obviously, and was a militia dwarf in my previous fort, thus has the weaponry of the previous fort, meaning he's got an obsidian short sword. So I've explained this like 4 times today. There's always been cavern invaders. They got disabled from the way they were changed when the Steam version released to what they were before, which is very infrequently, maybe 1 in 5 forts, one cavern layer would have a settlement of cavern creatures. They've always been like that. If you go to Legends and you... Yes, he has a shirt. If you go to Legends and you scroll down, there's a lot of unknown, unnamed civilizations, which are largely those. They're just like little clusters of like fish people and stuff. So it actually just went back to the way it was before. Also, hey, Kage. It's good to see you. By the way, hope you're doing well. I'd also just like to mention that over the past few months, monthly subscriptions have gone down a little bit. Not to a point where I'm panicking just yet. But I just want to say a real quick thank you to those of you who keep those subs alive, because that's what keeps this channel funded on a monthly basis. And we've just squeaked past the daily minimum for the day. But thank you. Because you guys are the reason I can do this full time at the scale and consistency that I do. I mean, you could go into the game's files and rename them if you want. Artificial idiot. Boxer, the outpost liaison, and Boxer, the expedition leader, and the outpost liaison meet, and they discuss. And I'm just going to request... I don't know what I want to request. Going to request cow cheese. And they want crowns and crutches. Crowns and crutches, Dungeons and Dragons. I honestly think that one of the best decisions they've made about Dwarf Fortress in the last 2 years is to delete the Cavern Invaders the way they were and say that they would remake them. Tarn also commented on the last feature of the Fortress that they've almost made it back in a couple of times, so I guess they've got a plan of what to do with them. They just haven't gotten around to finishing whatever they've wanted to do with them. Buy some armor, because why not?
Shift PLs.
Shift PLs. Okay, I heard that as shit please. I was like, what? I was like, what's a shit PL? Shift, please. It's like, how'd you make the lady swear? That's like impressive. Normally she's kind of resistant to such things. Poor Mr. Cat. It's the most stimulus Mr. Cat's had in Mr. Cat's life, probably. There's often 10 to 12, but this is crazy. That's fair. But Cross Fortune, thank you very much for the 6 months in advance. You were extremely kind. And Cutest, thanks for the Prime for 71 months. Cheers, dude. Thanks for the $10. Later on. It's also very kind of you.
1,000.
I was gonna say, I kind of expect that would be a hype train. So, apparently that's a fancy hype train, if people care. It needs one more subscription or $1 in bits, or a Prime, or a resub. And then apparently you get some exclusive emote for 24 hours. I don't know what that means. I don't actually think I've ever had a mythic train. I remember getting an email that mentioned them once, and then promptly forgot about them. So I'm very good at my job. But I guess someone should resub to find out. Croutons Z. Croutons? Thank you very much for the Prime. So I don't know what it is, but I guess for 2 subscriptions or $9 in bits, it'll level up. I mean, $7 in 1 bits. Welcome back, Kage. Appreciate you, mate.
199. Well, let's find out.
Some of them make subs on sale. Like there's treasure trains, which basically put a temporary sale on subscriptions. There's whatever this is, this mythic train thing. There's the golden kappa trains, which give you golden kappas, which I assume are like this one. Those are the only ones I'm aware of. Thank you very much for the $5, Wawa. And Kodiak,
Wawa
thanks for the 5-pack.
9,055 cheered. X500.
You awoke every 1,000 years to deliver the diatribe, but I don't know, man. As far as Cavern Invaders go. Oops. I just dropped my phone. Yeah. I don't know why you would really want to enable something that just inevitably is going to make your frame rate drop significantly by putting 400 creatures on each level. It's just ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. Thanks for chucking a sub at Artificial Idiot. Kage. Appreciate you, mate.
Tarian74 cheered. X100.
Thanks for the $1, Tarian. So we can find out exactly what the heck this mythic train means. I'm just kind of trying to take these areas and just like lock it off, separate it from the rest. Maybe like out to here at the very least, and then like maybe down to about here, just so I can reclaim some of this. That's kind of all I'm trying to do here. This over here also needs to be tripled up on the sides. So let's go 1, 2, 3. Most of the dwarves are training, so it's a slow day in the dwarf office. Anonymous Gifter, thanks for chucking a sub at Cheese of Mystery. That's a very fitting name to snipe. Intentional or otherwise. As an anonymous gifter. Let's see how the manager's feeling. Ironically, less pissed off at their life. Definitely not made for middle management, that one. It's currently 1 bit. 1 individual bit will level up this train. You guys have managed to push it down to 1 penny. Brander as well, thanks for the 70 months. Thanks for sticking around, dude. I hope life's well. And I hope you're sleeping better at this point. Because you're in a similar situation to Wawa now. Our first baby born in the fortress. Babu number 1. It's like Mambo number 5. Let around you win, I think. Thanks for the pennies, guys. Although we really need to get this kid out of the propaganda. It's terrifying. He does have a tendency to go it alone, though, considering the advice of others. He just crawls away while mom's not looking. Mom over here, though, very well armed. Armored. There you go. That's much better than what you were saying before there, kiddo. All right, now it's a level 5 hype train, which needs $30 in bits or 6 subscriptions to level up.
Crypt Spooky.
Phineas, thanks for the 74 months and the spooks. Mizoff, thanks for chucking a sub at Baron Balloon. Welcome to the realm of ad-free viewing, Baron. I would think that Baron Balloon would be real scared of a porcupine. Just a thought. Completely irrelevant, doesn't matter, doesn't mean anything, really. Just a thought. I mean, you can post beers, Haifong. I did read through all of it. I just didn't read it all out loud. I think there's some things, Haifong, that are...
Beagle Weagle cheered. X100.
There are some things that are important to remember that... Confusing thing that just breaks the game for some percentage of the player base, even if it's a toggle on and off, probably shouldn't be in the vanilla game. That's all. Period. Holy shit. Dr. Phineas, thank you very much for the 20-pack, you mad lad. Never changed. Never change. Never change. Chat rooms, can I get a big round of applause, or beers, or whatever's, for MVP of the stream this evening, Dr. Phineas. We'll get to find out what this train does, what it means for Dwarven society. I mean, it's fair to say that you miss a feature. Haifong. But it'll come back.
How about a round of this?
Hopefully in a way that doesn't break the game. You think you get cool gold emotes? I have no idea. So this is it's all news to me as to what we're gonna get, or you're gonna get. Let's wait for all this to be done. That's what it says. I just want to see what the emotes are, because I have no idea. Hey, El Ray. It's good to see you, mate. Last update didn't fix your crash? What was your crash? There you go. You found the beers button. YouTube chat figured out where the beer emoji is. I should put Moobot into the YouTube chat with the express purpose of reposting the beer emoji. That's the most useless, like, implementation of the beer emoji bot. 2 seconds. I'm just going to go turn up the fan because it is warm in here. Alright, there we go. I just realized that most of the windows in my apartment were shut, so I went and got them all opened. Now I'm not sweating as much, or will hopefully stop sweating as much. It's something with the graphics layer and but never got picked up. Huh. Have you tried a full reinstall? Or I know that this is like the have you tried turning it on off and on again response, but did you try checking local files? Because that's weird. Blind left to go get some more milk. He never did come back. I'm not lactose intolerant, but is this the dino update? There's been an update since. But yes, this world was generated after that update, so there are dinosaurs in this world. Bizarre. That's so strange if a uninstall reinstall wouldn't fix that. I don't know. I would go post about it again and like directly at Putnam about it. Because I can't do bug fixing or tell you what's what's happening and what isn't, but that seems bad. But hopefully you're able to fix that, because that sucks. The other dumb question that I could ask is, have you tried downloading the free version? How do I go about making large pits to the lava level? I don't know. Creatively. Okay, so I have a golden PogChamp. Fucking neat. Okay. Go gold Pog people. Good luck, chat. Thank you very much for the hype train. Appreciate you guys. Salute. You could, I guess, watch the VODs for the last fortress that I built, Ancient Greece, because I do make a giant murder hole. Didn't utilize it much, but I did make a giant murder hole in that fort. Much better than Kappa. Oh, I agree. I agree. You know what I love about that PogChamp emote? The fact that it's a kimono. It's a kimono dragon. Do you know where that emote came from, chat? You guys want a bunch of random Twitch history? That was an Old Spice, marketing collab. And then it ended and they got rid of it. It used to be called Os Kimono. Old Spice Kimono. And they got rid of it. And then for reasons, they lost access to the rights for the original PogChamp emote. And they were like, well, we could bring back this because we have the rights to the image. We just couldn't call it OS anymore. which I think is really funny. Twitch just like repurposed like old marketing campaigns. There's something about that I think is really funny. Now I guess you could make a big gold PogChamp for $1. No, so like the way a lot of those old emotes worked was they were a yearly like agreement thing where once a year you would like renew it. And old PogChamp dude turned out to be not a good person. And so Twitch just didn't renew the contract. It's kind of like he was one of those people that got banned from a bunch of events kind of thing. So when all that stuff kind of came out, like Twitch just didn't renew his contract. Like there was a brief window of time, and by brief I mean like 48 hours, where Twitch didn't have Kappa because the contract didn't renew. And Kappa dude, who doesn't work at Twitch anymore, he did at one point, re-upped the contract, but it was a weird like day and a half of people being like, Twitch is broken, rip Twitch. Twitch is dead, can never have it back, no Kappa, can't do Twitch, need Twitch back, no cap. Very amusing if you ask me. You also, like, kind of assaulted somebody at an event. So honestly, I think the stuff that you just wrote, Kroshan's was, like, the least of the allegations against him. Not having Tom as your friend on MySpace. Sure. Oh, MySpace. Good to have you around, Volkov. It is still it's a better emote, I won't deny it, but I don't think having a good emote is worth, like, promoting the face of somebody who's a piece of shit. Like, just genuinely. Oh, Tom is way better than Zuckerberg because Tom from MySpace sold MySpace, got out of Silicon Valley, and like whenever I see him posting on social media, it's either like criticizing the current state of tech or like photos of him hanging out in Buddhist temples in the middle of nowhere in like beautiful scenic villages in the mountains. It's like, dude's just living his best life. Like, I kind of can't hate it. Like, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little bit jealous, but like, I get it. I'd be doing the same thing if I had MySpace money. To befriend magma monsters. I don't think any of them are trainable. You can catch fire snakes, but fire snakes like will burn their way out of most cages unless they're lava safe. And like, I don't know if you can train them. He had coffee recreationally sometimes. I have coffee recreationally every single day. One of my favorite recent out-of-touch billionaire quotes is Elon Musk trying to explain why AI taking people's jobs is better than people doing the jobs. And his comparison is, have you ever had a tomato before? You probably got that tomato from the grocery store. And that is the best tomato that you will ever have. Because if you've ever had a homegrown tomato, while it's interesting and a neat novelty, it's never going to taste as good as the perfect tomato that you got from the grocery store. To which I have to say, what fucking grocery store are you shopping at? Because Jesus Christ, if you can find a grocery store that has tomatoes that taste better than a homegrown tomato, the fuck planet do you live on? Basically just like admitting that he's never had a homegrown tomato. He's never gardened before. Well, that I believe. That's like kind of a large portion of society. But most people in society understand that like a homegrown tomato, or like this, it's the reason you pull over when you see the farmer's market stand selling fresh produce, is because it'll be better than literally anything you'll get anywhere else. Like, most humans understand this concept of like, you pull over at the strawberry stand because those strawberries, they might be smaller, but they will be better than every strawberry that you could buy in the grocery store. Unless you're talking about like the super uber expensive ones, and even those probably don't even taste as good. Tomatoes you grew in Serbia are better than anything. Except for like, you know, the random pop-up shop on the side of the road. Tomatoes have like the biggest jump in quality from specifically like grocery store, like hothouse or mass grown grocery store tomatoes versus homegrown. It was like the interview that he did with the Economist. I don't know. It's wild seeing billionaires have a trillionaires have a temper tantrum. Although I don't think he's a trillionaire anymore. I think he was at the time of that interview. Haha, broke. I could see myself using it a lot if specifically this gets fixed. Perler Joe. When the camera moves, like, it still does the animation for the dwarf, and it just looks awful. Because if you watch my bigger videos, where I cover, like, fortress stories, I follow dwarves a lot while the dwarves are moving. I think this looks awful. So, if that gets fixed, I could see myself using this. Nobody seems to hate it in chat. And those things were huge. I know, right? Dude, I've had homegrown avocados before, and or like locally grown. Not here where I live, but this is a brand new travel mug. Bought this like 2 days ago. It is lovely. It keeps coffee hot. It's nice. The theorized concept of a grocery store. And by that, I think you mean private chef and catering. Anyway, I just way too amused by that whole interview. There's more reasons than that. Sable MP? There's more reasons than that. It's also the amount of nutrients they're getting, the type of nutrients they're getting. Because, like, one of the most popular varieties of Roma tomatoes that is grown where I live are Amish paste. It's, like, one of the easiest ones to just get in the grocery store. The ones I grow on my patio, infinitely better than the ones I can get at the grocery store. But you are correct that it's because they're harvested green and then left to ripen. When she didn't stroke his ego? Oh, yeah. And then started going on about how people love him but hate the media. And she's like, well, I mean, like, hold on. It's like, statistically speaking, people love me way more than they love you. It's like, wow, you're just admitting that you're in an echo chamber. Anyways, that interview was cathartic. I don't know. I'm all for bullying rich people. and putting them on the spot. Each avocado season walked from the office, walked to the office with bags full of fresh, huge avocados from his parents' garden. It was the best avocados ever. Yeah, I mean, I believe it. The one thing that, like, I think I can actually get better at the grocery store, but that's just because of where I live, generally speaking, are apples. I can get a better apple at the grocery store than I've had homegrown. Although I've never actually had my parents' apples. My mom has purchased a bunch of apple trees lately. It's a weird thing to say out loud, but over the last couple of years, my mom's developed this little collection of dwarf apple trees. Like these tiny little itty-bitty apple trees. Never actually had any of those fresh, but I've had very mid results with apples. What, the ones my mom's growing? I don't think my mom's growing any crab apples. No, not like mini apples, just the trees are smaller. Like the trees themselves are tiny. Also, Wrath of Seth, you vaguely remind me of my mom telling this story about the first time she planted zucchini and she had way too many zucchini plants. And zucchini plants are prolific and output shit tons of food. And my mom tells this story about that first time that she grew zucchinis, and she had so many that she would just get on the bus and give everybody on the bus a zucchini and then get off the bus. You can say becoming rich won't buy you manners. I think just being out of touch with society and other human beings just kind of makes you into a shitty person. Like, it can happen quickly or slowly. And you don't necessarily need to be rich to be out of touch. At least, you don't need to be, like, unimaginably rich to be out of touch. You just need to be out of touch to be out of touch, and that's not hard to get. Yeah, they're in the same family. They're actually labeled as, like, the seeds that I have for the last few times I've grown zucchini are, like, labeled as a squash. So, yes, they are, in fact, in the same family. I had this variety called Empress Gargantuan or something. Or it's like Empress Gigantic or something, and they were literally, like, that big before they became inedible. Like, they were huge. They were like footballs. And it was, I had 2 plants the last time I grew them, and they were putting out like 3 or 4 a week. It was ridiculous. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted. That's the tool I wanted. This year, I have 3 Arapaho peppers, which are similar to a cayenne. And unfortunately, all my shishitos died. They got eaten by something. I don't know what it was. Whatever it was, it got up to my balcony. And I have 2 Roma tomato plants, which survived. I had a very bad attrition. We had like a weird cold snap when I wasn't home. So I'd like put all my seedlings out because it was like very much into warm weather. And then we had like 2 weeks that were like weirdly cold. And for that first week, I wasn't at home. I was like at the Formula 1 race in Montreal. And so like almost all my tomatoes died. So I'm sad, but it's fine. I'll still get some. Being rich makes you insane. Once you become a billionaire, you get about 10 years to get away before you totally lose your... To give it away before you totally lose your mind. I don't... Okay, so, like... I'll say this. I think it depends on who you surround yourself with. If you are a wealthy person... or a person who has a lot of power. That can mean wealth, That could mean political. That could mean anything. And you surround yourself with people that don't ever tell you no, you will go insane. Period. If you don't, you have a chance to stick around and maintain some sense of humanity. Like, if you convert that wealth into running a business and hire people that give you actual advice instead of just the people that say yes to everything, I do think that there is a world where somebody with a large sum of wealth could stay sane, but it's probably very difficult. I think of it similarly to, like, there are very, very, very successful musicians that are just objectively terrible people. And then there are very, very successful musicians that, like, own a bunch of businesses and invest that money in a medium that they came up in. And I think that there's way, how do I put it? If you're a person who's very wealthy, who your entire goal is to be as wealthy as possible, you're fucked. If you're a person who's wealthy, whose entire goal is to better the things around you, I don't even know where I'm going with this. Like, there's ways that you could, that I feel like somebody could, if they went out of their way to try to stay sane, could. I don't know why, like, that means that how Warren Buffett did it, but, like, the impression that I've always gotten with Warren Buffett is he's just kind of a realist who runs an investment firm. Like, he's just like a corporate manager guy. Like, I think it's kind of funny. It's because I remember, like, I used to have this neighbor that I didn't like very much. His name was Mike. And he was a retired union welder guy who was kind of a piece of shit in, like, almost every definition of the word, and had piles of money. And said and did a lot of crappy things to a lot of people. But was a pretty good neighbor. Like, he was the sort of guy who would, like, say something royally, like, insensitive and then go help his neighbor hang up their TV because they asked him. Like, or because he saw them walking in with the TV and he just went and offered. He was, like, that kind of person. And I used to always know when he woke up because I could hear him coughing because he smoked 4 packs of cigarettes a day. I think that's actually an exaggeration. It's more like 1.5. But anyway, he drank like 15 to 25 beers a day. Raging alcoholic. And I remember him mentioning to me when I told him, because, like, you know, I would see him most evenings because he was always outside and he would talk with neighbors. And I remember mentioning at one point when Dwarf Fortress released that I was making more money. And there was 2 older neighbors. There was another one as well, who I won't mention, but who always thought it was really funny that I'm a lefty. Like, both of those guys, very conservative. Kind of in the annoying way, too. And I remember one of them, like, Mike saying once, he's like, well, I guess you're going to start voting conservative soon because you're going to realize why, like, having an income, like, or because you're going to want to protect your income. He's like, you're going to start voting conservative. It's like, there's absolutely no way that you're going to not start voting conservative. I think I'm actually, like, further left now than I was before. Because I still don't want to have to pay for my meds. I think it kind of depends on your life experience and, like, who you are as a person. No, I'm lefty, as in, like, I, like, vote for socialist policies. Like, health care for literally everybody in Canada, please. I would like dental. And I would like to pay for that on my taxes and then not have to worry about it. so it doesn't sneak up on me. And like one of the most irritating things for me before making less than minimum wage every year, which is what I did before 2022, and making a salary that I would make if I was an electrician. The biggest frustration for me is that now I have to pay for my meds. Like, the taxes don't bug me. It's just for the first half of the year, more than that. It's usually until about late September. I have to pay like $400-something a month for insulin to not die. And there's something about that is supremely irritating. How is dental care in Canada? Like, the quality of care, pretty good. Cost of care, pretty shit. We've had a few people over the years who've tried to make federally accessible public health care for dental, but we've never gotten it. Me going to the dentist is like $250 for a checkup. It sucks. So, like, I think that's kind of the same mindset as, like, a rich person is going to go insane. It depends on your experience and your awareness of the world. Like, I'm not rich by any stretch, but I'm certainly middle class at this point, which I'm extremely aware of and very happy to be at. But, like, yeah. I mean, I live in, like, BC, Canada, so there are some things that are just free. But, like, nobody should have to pay for insulin. Doesn't matter how much money you make. It's not that I can't afford it. I can. But it's kind of fucking dehumanizing to, like, have to pay for shit that keeps you from dying, regardless of what it is. Exactly, Ozzy. They made death free for old people. Yeah. Yeah. That doesn't bother me. That's fine. As long as there's good, just reason. Also, for a little bit of clarity here, there are types of insulin I could get for free, but they suck, so. Investing money in infrastructure? Okay, Stalin. Dude, if that's all that Stalin did, I'm pro-Stalin. But that's not all Stalin did, so. You okay over there, Dwarf? Yeah, you good. Just got a little thunk on the head. All right, well, this is looking a lot nicer. I just need to go along the top and get all these solved and flattened out a little bit. Then I need to go along here, do the same thing, there and there.
Anyway, have a portion of this. Glad to be back watching.
70% MX Beanie. It's good to have you back. Appreciate it. Looking forward to the wind-up for Myths and Magic. That'll be fun. Do a bit of a dagger. It's always above your head, and a person is a person on benefits, and he's not a bad bloke, but he just has to give the threat he's required to. Wait, what? Still? But so, like, work coach is somebody who's trying to help you find employment, I guess? I'm not entirely certain what that person is, Stone. I just feel like I'm missing some context. Someone still needs to put down the beer, but... Too much Dwarf. As YouTube chat says, this guy's pro-Stalin, followed by, definitely not all Stalin did. Yeah, hence why I'm not pro-Stalin, because that's a very important asterisk on that. If all he did was invest in public infrastructure, then that's fine. It's an unfortunate reality of effective media brainwashing, like effective what's the word? Propaganda. That's all, iPhone. It's not individuals' fault. It's just propaganda. Turns out it works. You've posted many a beer though, Stone. Anyway, if you don't do this survey, you'll suffer terrible consequences. Fair. Yeah, that sucks. That just seems kind of like poor people management skills, Stone. Sorry, you got to deal with that. It's probably because, like, if I were to give that person the benefit of the doubt, it's if they're working with people that, you know, are down on their luck, then it's possible that they're used to, you know, having to make it very clear that that person has to do the thing in order to be able to keep receiving the thing, which sucks. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, I've got, speaking of, I'm disabled, right? Because I have type 1 diabetes. It's a thing that I can never cure. And because I have that, I qualify for a disability tax credit, which last year I think cut about $2,500 off my annual taxes, which is nice for all intent and purpose. So it's something I'm not going to complain about, but that's really the only benefits that I get for being somebody who's got something that can't be cured. And every 5 years, I have to renew it. I think it's every 5 years. Maybe it's every 3. I don't know. Every couple of years, I have to renew it. In order to renew it, I have to go to my doctor and get him to file the form stating that it's been renewed. My doctor charges $400. It's like just under that. It's like $380 something to file it. Which every time I'm told that I have to pay a bunch of money to get him to file this form makes me want to throw up. But I do it because, you know, it's worth it. But even better, I have quarterly appointments with my doctor to, like, check up on things and, like, renew everything. He's failed to send me the form 2 appointments in a row now. They have to send me the form so I know where to send the money so that I can sign the thing so I can send it. Because I've already filled my half of the paperwork, but he's failed to fill his half of the paperwork and send me the bill twice now. I'm going to go show up at his office and just be like, sign the fucking thing! Let me pay this! It's worth paying for. But my God. Like, anyway. Now I'm just venting. Your sister gets asked if she's still blind every few years. Well, that's ridiculous because that's like impersonation. Like, that's me. I'm blind. Your sister is not me. So clearly, sorry, bad joke, but yeah, that sucks, dude. Yeah, like I forget about it, Wawa, and then I go look it up and then realize that, nope, that's something that's legal that they can do. I really hate my doctor. Unrelated, but my doctor kind of sucks. Yeah, here they can just charge you if they want. Just to file any forms. Or, like, the reason you need to refile it, characterize Tony, is, like, in theory, you could temporarily qualify for a disability tax credit. Like, you could temporarily have cancer. Where are you going there, Dwarf? Why'd you just run to the edge of that little mushroom there with your baby? That seems unnecessarily dangerous. And now you're stuck. Excellent. Well job. Good done. I heard somebody mention it on a podcast recently, but I haven't actually looked. I'm more excited about Star Wars Galactic Racer, personally. That's the only Star Wars game that I'm like, oh god, I needs it. I needs it in my life. I'm trying to talk like Gollum and it's not working, but I needs it. Precious. He wants it. I ain't gonna stream that shit, but I am gonna play it on my own time. But supposedly that XCOM Zero, or that, not XCOM, Star Wars Zero Company is being made by ex-XCOM people, that's hard to say out loud, which, I don't know, that's a pedigree. But then again, like, that Marvel strategy RPG was made by XCOM people, not ex-XCOM people, just XCOM people. And it had a mixed reaction, so I don't know. Wait for reviews. Star Wars pod racing? Yeah. Is this permanent as being an amputee? I don't know if I would actually say that. But, maybe, I don't know. I guess you can, like, get hardware that somewhat pays for itself. I don't know. Sorry, I just need to rant one more time about diabetes for a hot second here. The one thing that truly irritates me is all of the insulin that I get, except for the stuff that's free. All of the stuff that I get that's expensive that isn't free, because either we don't have an equivalent or it's just what I have prescribed, is from American companies. So at the end of the day, I'm being gouged for something that keeps me alive, not made in Canada. And then my taxes have to pay for it because they're gouging. Anyways. Good old health system. Anyways, that's why me having more money made me lean further left, because suddenly I had to pay for all this shit that was free before. I took for granted. I can afford it, but my god, it sucks. I actually really liked XCOM Chimera Squad. It's not an XCOM game, but it's a pretty solid tactics game. It just came out at the literal worst time in history, practically, to release a cop game. Like, look at the release date of XCOM Chimera Squad, and, like, look at what was happening in the news when that game released. At the very least, like, Battlefield Hardline didn't release while there was active, like, anti-police brutality protests happening. Yeah, that released kind of in between stuff. Ever tried Cyber Knights? I've owned it for a minute. I've never tried it. The developers pop into my chat every once in a while. They're cool people. Trace Brothers, I think. As opposed to their plumber cousin, the Super Trace Brothers. The Advanced Wars effect? Oh, releasing at the worst possible time? Yeah. Cheerful, happy-go-lucky anime warfare during real war. There is a goblin hammerman with a dwarven name. Member of the Palisade of Scalding. Which is a dwarven faction. Yeah. Why not? Got into an argument pretty early on. Oh shit, you must have visited my previous fort. Because he's got thoughts as of 255. He's a legendary fish dissector. Huh. Chat. This goblin knows 3 poems. 3 poems. The sloppy leprosies and mongrels. The painful weasels. And it must have been cream. Never changed, Dwarf Fortress. Of course, The Sloppy Leprosies and Mongrels is a poem authored by Zas. It is an example of the lacy intricacies. The work has no particular subject, and the writing is reasonably serious, and it's great poetry. Additionally, the painful weasels is an example of the boulder of iron. It has no particular subject, sure. The poetry is inspired. And lastly, it must have been cream, is what I did not put in my coffee this morning. That was almond milk. But it must have been cream, is by Omo Rirli. It is an example of the rustic petals, and the work has no particular subject. Aside from that, it's what you have to put into Starbucks coffee because it's undrinkable otherwise. And the writing gives a feeling of compassion here and there. Overall, the poetry is very, very bad, just like Starbucks coffee. Chat room. I've been live for 8 hours. I have a bunch of editing I need to do. And I'm kind of hungry. I think we're going to call it here for today. I do have to say a huge thank you for the hype trains and for hanging out today and for spending some time with us for this brand new fortress, which we will continue on the flip side tomorrow. I'm starting to think it wasn't cream, actually. You know, if it wasn't cream, that might actually be scarier. And I think tomorrow we'll do a little bit of a longer stream. And in the evening, I want to play a little bit of something random that isn't Dwarf Fortress. I'm going to play a little bit of this tomorrow night, which is Devil's Spire Falls, which is the sequel to Devil's Spire, which is fucking janky nonsense. And I don't know, if you like fucking janky nonsense, have a look at that before tomorrow. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. If you could give us a rating out of 10, that'd be fantastic. YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now, but if you want to come raid somebody with us, pop over here onto Twitch, and we'll go raid somebody who's playing Dwarf Fort. Otherwise, we will see you tomorrow. Normal time, normal day, same Dwarf time, same Dwarf channel. You know where to find us. Thanks for watching, YouTube folks. Alrighty, Twitch chat, you guys ready to go yell at somebody? I need you to grab your favorite emotes and post them in my chat. I'm gonna go grab the raid music and huck it onto the record player.